any of the L&F team members. Thank you. We'll get started at 11.
जब आप घर बनाते हैं, आप 100 तरह के सामान मंगवाते हैं। जब आप 100 तरह के सामान मंगवाते हैं, तब दुकानदार आपको चूना लगाते हैं। ओरिजिनल के पैसे लेकर नकली सामान डिलीवर करवाते हैं। नकली सामान देखकर आपके फ्यूज उड़ जाते हैं, और जब आपके फ्यूज उड़ जाते हैं, तब और कहां-कहां पैसे डूबे हैं ये सोचकर घबराते हैं। क्यों? मार्केट में सबने लूट मचा रखी है क्या? अपने पैसों को डूबने से बचाइए, सीधा हिप्पो होम्स आइए। 160 से ज्यादा ब्रांड्स के 30,000 से ज्यादा ओरिजिनल प्रोडक्ट्स एक ही जगह पाइए। हिप्पो होम्स। अब घर बनाना सिंपल है। जब आप घर बनवाते हैं, तब आप एक भरोसेमंद कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बुलाते हैं। वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर घर आके आपको बड़े हसीन सपने दिखाते हैं। इतने हसीन सपने देख आप अंदर ही अंदर खुश हो जाते हैं। अंदर ही अंदर खुश होकर आप उन्हें एडवांस पकड़ाते हैं। एडवांस मिलने के बाद वो अपने असली रंग दिखाते हैं। पूरी पेमेंट लेकर भी काम आधा अधूरा छोड़ जाता है। तो भाई साहब, अपने ड्रीम होम को परफेक्ट बनाइए, सीधा हिप्पो होम्स आइए। यहां मिलेंगे आपको 100 से ज्यादा ट्रस्टेड एक्सपर्ट्स। हिप्पो होम्स। अब घर बनाना सिंपल है।
कैसा लग रहा हूँ पापा?
Really look smart.
है ना?
Which designer?
अरे डिजाइनर नहीं, ब्लैकबेरीज है।
फिट तो अच्छा है भाई।
आपने ना हमेशा मेरे साथ यही करा है। चाहे मेरा ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाने का डिसीजन हो, चाहे एक्टर बनने का डिसीजन हो, आपने कभी रोका नहीं है, उड़ने दिया मुझे। You always let me fly, पापा। अरे एक मिनट। Happy Father's Day। Thank you very much।
Keep rising my बेटा।
अच्छा, हमें 20 मिनट में लंच पर जाना है, आप जल्दी चेंज करो।
कैसा लग रहा है भाई?
अगर डॉक्टर ऐसे लगेंगे तो एक्टरों का क्या होगा?
चिंता ना करो बेटे, एज ग्रुप का फर्क है।
चलो। This Father's Day, celebrate the man who inspires you to rise. Keep rising.
हेलो जी हो।
लोग तो देखेंगे, लोग तो देखेंगे, लोग तो देखेंगे, अरे लोग तो देखेंगे, लोग तो देखेंगे।
New Lectrix Enduro, big on style, bigger on space.
लोग तो
मिलिए एंड्यूरो स्कूटर से। घर का सामान हो या डिलीवरी बॉक्सेस, 42 लीटर बूट स्पेस है ना, साथ ही साथ एक्स्ट्रा कैरियर भी फॉर दैट एक्स्ट्रा लोड। अब आपके कंधों की जिम्मेदारी थोड़ी हमारी भी। कैरियर 150 केजी तक का वजन आसानी से उठाता है और चढ़ाई की टेंशन भी सर से हटाता है। अगर कहीं बीच में रुकना भी पड़ जाए तो नो टेंशन, ये रखता है आपकी सब जरूरतों का ख्याल। हमारी रिवर्स मोड से अब गाड़ी पीछे करना भी है बेहद आसान। और तो और बैटरी स्वैपिंग में लगते हैं बस 52 सेकेंड्स। कम टाइम में ज्यादा कमाई और उससे भी ज्यादा आराम। हमारी बैटरी स्वैपिंग स्टेशंस दिल्ली एनसीआर, हैदराबाद, बैंगलोर, इन सब जगह उपलब्ध हैं। इलेक्ट्रिक्स एंड्यूरो 2.3 फॉर एवरी मोमेंट, ऑन ड्यूटी और ऑफ। लोग तो देखेंगे। बुक योर एंड्यूरो।
This is my sand house. The sand keeps falling down when things go bad. I leave them where they're at. This is my sand house. The sand keeps falling down when things go bad. I leave them where they're at. But how is it even fixed every time? Is there an angel in our house? There's a wizard in my house and I wonder how this goes. There's a wizard in my house and the wizard loves me the most.
उसके साथ शॉपिंग मारने के लिए
होली वाले दिन छुट्टी है ना, पार्टी रहती है घर पे।
स्नैक्स देना।
चिल करने से पहले वोट करेंगे। घर आकर ठंडा पानी पिएंगे, बिरयानी खाते खाते सबको यही कहेंगे सबसे पहले फिर विश्राम, पहले मतदान फिर आराम। सुनकर मेरी बात मतदान करना अपने वोट से करो।
होते कौन मुझे बताने वाले कि मैं दान करूं या ना करूं? आई विल डोनेट। मैं घूमूं, फिरूं,
अपने वोट पे नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज।
जाऊं, बाहर जाऊं, अकेली जाऊं, किसी के साथ जाऊं, जब जाऊं, जैसे भी जाऊं। अब
भैया छुट्टी है मनानी और
अरे मतदान मीन्स वोटिंग, चुनाव चल रहे हैं ना।
जिम्मेदारी है निभानी। मौज मस्ती के पहले वोट करेंगे, चिल करने से पहले वोट करेंगे, फिर घर आकर ठंडा पानी
अपने वोट से करो, नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज।
सबको यही कहेंगे सबसे पहले ड्यूटी फिर विश्राम, पहले मतदान।
And we're down, we're down, so we're down, and we're down.
मुझे बेकिंगो ने बोला क्रिसमस ऐड है। मैंने सोचा फ्री में बढ़िया केक खाऊंगा। आई सेड ओके। मैजिक इन एवरी बाइट, मैजिक। थोड़ा सादा नहीं हो गया? केक्स अमेजिंग यार। यार ये सब ना बचपन में चलता था, मैजिक, सैंटा, विशेस वगैरह वगैरह। पर नाउ वी आर एडल्ट्स। अब तो फ्रंटल लोब भी यार पूरा डेवलप हो गया। अब तो द ओनली सैंटा देयर इज सीक्रेट सैंटा। होता है हमारे ऑफिस में एवरी ईयर, 1000 रुपीज पर पर्सन। और अब ये लोग बोल रहे हैं कि दिस मैजिक इन एवरी बाइट। कुडोस टू द मार्केटिंग टीम, गुड लाइन। बट ये पॉसिबल नहीं है यार। सॉरी।
If I make it, then Margita. Yes, there is magic. But sorry, Bakingo. I'm an adult. Now I know that there is no such thing as magic.
Some believe in magic and some don't, but magic happens to everyone.
तो आज मैंने सोचा लेट्स मेक अ वीडियो ऑन हाउ आई गेट रेडी टू स्लीप। ये है मेरा रिलैक्सिंग पोज और ये मेरा मसल रिकवरी पोज। दैट्स इट, आई एम रेडी। लाइफ ना सच में बहुत हेक्टिक है, वर्कआउट, शूट्स, ट्रैवलिंग और अब फेस्टिव सीजन भी है, इसलिए रिलैक्सेशन बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। सो मेरे फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट ने बोला व्हाई डोंट यू ट्राई स्लीपवेल प्रो फिटरेस्ट मैट्रेस, इट हेल्प्स इन कंप्लीट मसल रिलैक्सेशन। और ये सच में ना बढ़िया काम कर रहा है और 25 इयर्स वारंटी भी है। I choose Pro Fitrest to sleep well. What about you? Do you sleep well?
सुबह उठते ही डांस करने का मन क्यों ना करे,
पर काम जरा भी लाइट नहीं
जब एक एक मसल रिलैक्स्ड होगी तो ऑफ कोर्स सारी मॉर्निंग्स ऐसी ही होगी।
चकाचक दिखने वाले पापा गमछा और झाड़ू लिए घर के कोने कोने को चमका देते हैं।
देखो
अपने सवालों में उलझाने वाली छुट्टी
बहुत
सुबह
सारी
से
एनर्जी
लाइटें सुलझाने में लग जाती है।
उसके लिए चाहिए बहुत
मम्मी
अच्छी
के तो जैसे
नींद।
10 हाथ
So,
निकल
थोड़े दिन पहले
कभी
आई
interior
गॉट
decorator बन
स्लीप
जाती है,
वेल प्रो
तो
फिट
कभी
रेस्ट मैट्रेस।
दादी अपना घुटने का दर्द भूलकर काटना कूटना भूनना और
एंड इट रियली वर्क।
सब कर लेती है।
तो चलो
और दादाजी
फिर काम पर लगते हैं।
छोटी
By
सी
the way,
छोटी चीज
I
जो
slept
लिस्ट में
well.
है,
Did you
वो
sleep
नहीं
well?
भी। बाजार के चक्कर लगा लगा कर सब ले आते हैं।
सुबह
दिवाली को
उठते ही
दिवाली बनाने
डांस
के
करने
लिए
का
घर में
मन क्यों ना
हर कोई
करे।
खुशी से अपनी नींद खोता है।
जब एक एक मसल
काम की
रिलैक्स्ड
बात
होगी तो ऑफ
आराम
कोर्स
तो
सारी
बनता है।
मॉर्निंग्स ऐसी ही
तो
होगी।
स्लीप वेल मैट्रेस घर लाइए और सुकून से भरा त्योहार मनाइए।
देखो गाइस, बहुत सारा डांस करने के लिए चाहिए।
Every memory is a story waiting to be retold. The unforgettable excitement of achieving a milestone. The moment when you were truly yourself. The time when your hard work paid off. If it matters to you, it matters to us. Introducing the Vivo V40 Size Portrait So Pro. Whether it's a surprise birthday party that lights up the room with pure joy, a majestic sunset, the kind that takes your breath away. Or a painting you made. These moments shape your stories. Capture these moments. Introducing Vivo V40 Size Portrait So Pro.
So, we found each other on pleaseshadikarada.com. उनका टेक्स्ट आया, hey, sup? And I was like, damn, he's the one. फिर हमने एक दूसरे को जाना, पहचाना, तब पता चला कि मेरी चॉइस की प्रेफरेंस है। फिर सब डिसाइड हो गया, हनीमून से लेकर टीवी तक सब सॉर्टेड। फिर बात आई मैट्रेस की, बोले
फर्म टॉप,
सॉफ्ट टॉप,
फर्म टॉप,
I said soft top,
फर्म टॉप,
soft top.
ओके।
And I was like, okay, what okay? बोले
कल हम डू रेस्ट, फर्म सॉफ्ट, सॉफ्ट फर्म, बदलते रहे और 20 साल की वारंटी के साथ वी विल हैव ईच अदर्स बैक। और जब बैक रहेगी हैप्पी तो लाइफ बनेगी हुला हुला।
So, gentlemen, what are we looking at? Pants of the future. What if he's running late for a meeting? The fabric has a self-stretch feature, resulting in flexible movements. Talk about smooth landings. What if he has to go all out for a networking event? The pants keep a consistent form and provide superior comfort. No wrinkles, no problems. And what about those long working hours? The pants have a naturally stretched waistline and the fabric makes you look sharp all day long. I think we're ready for the next decade with the pants of the future.
Hi everyone. So in 10 minutes, we'll be starting with our next session, which is the Google iGap session, which is a session on taking your platforms global. It's a discussion on how your platforms can build relevance beyond the borders. So yeah, just stay tuned. 11 a.m. we'll be starting. Yes, it'll be happening here. You can also scan this QR code and see the overall schedule. It's mentioned on the website.
Are you tired of waking up with Lyxel from your memory foam mattress? Introducing the Sleepwell Pro Nexa delivers 32% higher better body adaptation and 67% better to your body. Our patented Pro Nexa keeps your body and anticipating heat 27% faster than traditional memory foam. Enhanced body. It's time to forget about memory foam. Upgrade to Pro Nexa now. Memory foam feels the joys of memory foam.
Introducing City Quest Shades of Bharat. which we are launching under the aegis of the Ministry of Information Broadcasting's Create in India Challenge. I welcome you to download City Questions of Bharat from the Google Play Store. Play, win, ask your friends to play, make sure your city wins. And welcome to a world of incubator, where you get to learn about India's journey of urbanization, India's journey of Vikas in a very fun-filled way through City Questions.
जब आप घर बनाते हैं आप 100 तरह के सामान मंगवाते हैं। जब आप 100 तरह के सामान मंगवाते हैं तब दुकानदार आपको चूना लगाते हैं। ओरिजिनल के पैसे लेकर नकली सामान डिलीवर करवाते हैं। नकली सामान देखकर आपके फ्यूज उड़ जाते हैं और जब आपके फ्यूज उड़ जाते हैं तब और कहां पैसे डूबे हैं ये सोचकर घबराते हैं। क्यों? मार्केट में सबने लूट मचा रखी है क्या? अपने पैसों को डूबने से बचाइए, सीधा हिप्पो होम्स आइए। 160 से ज्यादा ब्रांड्स के 30,000 से ज्यादा ओरिजिनल प्रोडक्ट्स एक ही जगह पाइए। हिप्पो होम्स। अब घर बनाना सिंपल है। जब आप घर बनवाते हैं तब आप एक भरोसेमंद कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बुलाते हैं। वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर घर आके आपको बड़े हसीन सपने दिखाते हैं। इतने हसीन सपने देख आप अंदर ही अंदर खुश हो जाते हैं। अंदर ही अंदर खुश होकर आप उन्हें एडवांस पकड़ाते हैं। एडवांस मिलने के बाद वो अपने असली रंग दिखाते हैं। पूरी पेमेंट लेकर भी काम आधा अधूरा छोड़ जाता है। तो भाई साहब अपने ड्रीम होम को परफेक्ट बनाइए, सीधा हिप्पो होम्स आइए। यहां मिलेंगे आपको 100 से ज्यादा ट्रस्टेड एक्सपर्ट्स। हिप्पो होम्स। अब घर बनाना सिंपल है।
कैसा लग रहा हूँ पापा?
रियली लुक स्मार्ट
है ना?
विच डिजाइनर?
अरे डिजाइनर नहीं, ब्लैकबेरीज है।
फिट तो अच्छा है।
आपने ना हमेशा मेरे साथ यही करा है। चाहे मेरा ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाने का डिसीजन हो, चाहे एक्टर बनने का डिसीजन हो, आपने कभी रोका नहीं है, उड़ने दिया मुझे। You always let me fly, पापा।
अरे एक मिनट,
हैप्पी फादर्स डे।
थैंक यू वेरी मच बेटा।
अच्छा हमें 20 मिनट में लंच पे जाना है, आप जल्दी चेंज करो।
कैसा लग रहा है भाई?
अगर डॉक्टर ऐसे लगेंगे तो एक्टरों का क्या होगा?
चिंता न करें बेटे, एज ग्रुप का फर्क है।
This Father's Day, celebrate the man who inspires you to rise. Keep rising.
हेलो जी हो लोग 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 तो देखेंगे
who will be leading our next session for Google iGap. Hi, welcome to Elevate, co-powered by Cargo and PrismX. I'll just pass the mic. Yeah.
A very good morning, everyone. I'm Kuntal Sharma, and I'm part of the international growth team at Google, and I take care of an initiative called International Growth Agency Program, and I work very closely with Lyxel team here. I would like to start by thanking Lyxel team to give me this opportunity to talk to you today. As you know, since I am part of the international growth team, I am personally very, very involved and very excited about the opportunity that international growth presents to Indian brands. And in this session today, we'll be covering these 4 topics. The first one is why go global, so the overall opportunity that India has when it comes to exports. The second one is top retail category trends in USA, and primarily I'll be covering apparel and skincare because these are the largest and the demanding categories, highest growing categories overall. And also because Lyxel Labs has a lot of brands in this category we want to grow internationally. Then we talk about some localization tips because if we talk about going international, I think the most important pillar that can make any brand succeed is localization, which means adapting your products, your content, your website to the international market. And we'll be covering USA because it is the biggest international market that we have right now, especially for the categories that we are going to talk about. And last but not least, we'll specifically talk about how Google, along with Lyxel Labs, help you unlock this international opportunity. So let's begin. So first of all, we'll start with the India export opportunity. So last year, we got together with KPMG and we got a detailed research done on the forward-looking opportunity of exports in India. And in the next 2 slides, I'll be talking about what we found out. So overall, as per the Ministry of Commerce, the export overall in India is expected to grow at a healthy 17% CAGR to a $1.7 trillion USD market by 2020. And this is huge, right? If you look at export, there are 2 parts, market time and service, and both of them are poised to grow. If you look at the markets, the biggest market is US, 17.4%. But you see some markets very, very close to India, like UAE, which 77% contribution. Netherlands, Germany, UK. So a lot of new markets also coming up now apart from US. And these are the top 5 verticals which are contributing to this growth, starting with travel, followed by retail, software, real estate, and media and entertainment. Now in this session, we'll be majorly talking about the retail trends. Retail overall stood at $26.1 billion and it is poised to grow at 17.8% to around $59 billion by the end of 2028. And these are the three categories that will come under it, which will contribute to this. So the first one was fashion, followed by durables and then packaged goods. And in each, there are certain trends that we are going to talk about in the following slides. Now, if you talk about the different categories under fashion, apparel, jewelry, homeware products, CPG, these are the four top ones. And as you can see, US is the top market. Apparel, 29% contribution by US, jewelry, 36%, homeware, 20%, and CPG again around 34%. The next second country is different in different verticals, but still the top one remains US. In terms of demographics, most of the population which is consuming these products is between 25 to 35 years old, and mostly depending on the demographic, either male or female. Okay, now let's see some interesting trends at the subcategory level, and we'll start with apparel and accessories. So majority of the retail categories in US are thriving with record 1.2 trillion in the US sales. And this is the number for 2024, 1.2 trillion e-commerce sale, growing at 8.3%. And the online users, mostly the online penetration is quite high in US, and the number in 2024 was 273 million people, and this will grow by 18% by 2029, so still quite huge. And when it comes to share of verticals, the first one was 42% apparel, shoes, grocery, beauty, accessories, and computer and consumer electronics. Now, let's talk about the US apparel e-commerce sales. Now, it's very interesting to see that earlier, the offline contribution was higher, right? The online was still lower than 50%. But in 2027, the e-commerce sale will actually surpass 50%. So basically, this trend is increasing, and this gives opportunity to Indian brands to actually start marketing, building their brand. I have been in this role for last 4 years, right? And I've seen how new brands have started from zero and now have established themselves in the last 2-3 years. If you are starting right now, I would say it is still early because this number is increasing. People are exploring new brands online via social, and still there is good amount of time to establish your brand, to establish that trust, which you can mint later. So these are some numbers that talk about the US apparel market. Growing at 10.3%, pacing will continue till at least 2028. E-commerce will account for majority of the apparel retail sales and the digital ad spending. So there was this survey and where they sort of collated the numbers when it comes to marketing spend. And between 2024 and 25, marketers said that this will increase by $3 billion. And a significant portion of this will go to brand marketing, which basically tells us that how seriously marketers within the organizations and agencies are taking brand building in foreign geographies. Now, some fun. Let's see what were the top hottest apparel categories in the US. And I wanted to show this specifically to basically highlight the cultural nuance. When we are having a set of products in India and then trying to market the same in foreign geographies, it probably may not work entirely. We need to be aware of what is going latest in that market. And as Google, since we have access to a lot of search data, what people are searching for, we can give you a fair idea about what is going on in trend. So either you can create those products if they are not with you, if you want to address those markets, or curate your products to suit that market. So if you are creating a separate website, let's say, for US or UK or any other country, then you curate it in such a way that you highlight the trends that are going on. And how do you know this? So Google is one of the places or one of the organizations which can help you via our agency partners to uncover these trends so that in advance you are able to plan the inventory, you are able to show the right products in your creatives in the right markets. This is very important because your hard-earned money will go in the marketing campaigns, and especially in the foreign markets, your focus will be on profitability in long-term trust building. So it's very important that you have a look at it. Now let's look at some trends which were viral in the last 2 quarters and will continue to do so in the US. So it started with festive everyday shoes, and we have data on exactly what people were looking for in tops, skirts, and cargo pants. And the theme that you will sort of see here is high quality plus comfort. And this is what we have seen across product categories. Wherever we have seen the numbers increasing. So people are more and more concerned. And this, I think, happened after COVID, that people became very comfort conscious. So apart from the style, comfort now has become one of the parameters to define style also. So for example, cargo pants or loose clothing. Even in formals, if you look at it. Now, earlier it used to be fitted clothing, but now even in formal clothes, we are moving towards loose or comfortable formal wear. Again, in terms of luxury, cozy and luxe fabric, oversized and baggy, athleisure and relax, party and elevated outfits, and dresses in holiday colors, of course, because this was for the holiday 2024. But again, the same theme, quality, luxury, coziness, relaxation, leisure. And when people are even talking about like partying, they are either going very basic or very grandeur. So these are the trends, and I think similar trends, because our Western Indian fashion is also influenced a lot by US. You will also see these trends because here we are influenced by brands like Uniqlo, Zara, and H&M. And there, I think that is one hack. You can sort of understand what's going on in these countries because similar styles are being launched in India also, and we are sort of following that. Now, let's talk about ethnic wear. A lot of brands from India target the NRI population in the US. And ethnic wear category, of course, is the one which is getting the maximum revenue, followed by jewelry and footwear, etc. So maybe let's have one little bit of trivia on this section. Any guesses which category within ethnic wear will have the maximum demand? Anybody from the audience can guess? Wedding, okay. But like clothing type, basically. Which subcategory within ethnic wear will have maximum demand, let's say in the US? Lehenga is the wrong answer. Wrong answer by Lyxel team. Yes, it is kurta, salwar suits. And look at the numbers. So these are the search volume index, not actual searches. But these are last 12 months searches. And US is more than double of UK, if you look at the numbers. And then comes Canada, Australia, and UAE. Salwar suit is the biggest category, and this can also reflect the demographic from India, which has gone outside, right? So a lot of North Indians in these regions. Whereas if you look at UAE, actually saris are more, because in this region, more people from the south side of our country have immigrated, and so that distribution is different. And reason why it's become very important to have you inside before launching the product, so that you don't end up marketing the wrong products in the wrong country. So if you are going for US, salwar suits. And the second one is saris, and a lot of new brands have come in this category in the US. And have established like multi-crore business a month. And this category, sari category, is I think still under-penetrated in the US and the UK. Okay. So salwar suits is the most searched ethnic wear category, and we have seen this across. Now it's interesting to see that salwar suit is the biggest, but actually sari, lehenga, blouse, and other categories are growing faster. Which means that there's an opportunity. So how we see the opportunity in both the volume and the growth. So if any brand is supposed with one category and they want to sustain growth, then they will have to enter the categories which are growing. And now talking about specific product types. So the search data also tells us what kind of sarees, for example, are being searched where. So silk sarees, for example, are the highest search, followed by Banarsi, and then you have the pattu sarees, which again, not cotton, it was a human, but maybe because of the weather conditions. And the premium sarees are actually the most searched, followed by Banarsi. Now, any guesses on what color of sarees is being searched highest? Any guesses? And it can be counterintuitive. So you can guess according to that. Yes, because I said counterintuitive. Yes, the answer is actually black. Can you guess the second one? Yes. And the third? I think you have seen that. Yes, it is black sarees, red sarees overall, and then white. And then blue. So basically, whenever the campaigns are designed right, what images will you show? What products will you show on top? If you have awareness of what is being searched, what is being liked more, you will show those products, both in terms of the variation and the color. And one of our partner brands who works with us very closely tried this in the festive season and they did see positive results. But overall, the message that I'm trying to give is that insights can power your creatives and your campaigns because, again, a lot of small things across the funnel will help you ultimately get a good ROAS. It's not just one thing. We have to do. I think that makes e-commerce or D2C beautiful, but at the same time complicated and challenging. That it can't be just one thing. You have to get everything right, from creative to pricing to UI UX to the timing of the campaigns, multiple things, and of course the trust that you build via your brand. But if you do that, then you'll be able to scale very fast. Okay, now let's move to the second category, which is beauty and personal care. Again, very highly growing. In fact, beauty and personal care has the highest growth among the different product categories. So double-digit growth is happening in this category in the US. And the top one are hair care and skin care, followed by cosmetics and fragrance. Now the trend here that you will see in the last 1 or 2 years is earlier it used to be mostly cosmetics, right? Lipsticks, and people are putting foundation. Now people are shifting to health. So healthy skin, healthy hair, even in hair care. So earlier it used to be about like specific products that are improving the look of your hair. But now a lot of these brands are coming up which are giving you supplements. For example, Traya is I think a good example in India, which is also going global soon. So they are promoting, or they are making the customer aware about the underlying hormonal reasons, for example, for hair care. So a lot of subcategories within these are coming up. And within these two categories, if we look at the growth rates, so hair health, body lotions, face cleansers, lipsticks and foundations, they are the ones which are growing the fastest. Now these were the top 4 beauty trends that we saw in late 2024 in the US. The first, as I said, clean ingredients. So people do not want to put harmful chemicals on the skin. And they are looking for brands which are using clean ingredients. Second one is value hacking juice. So basically, people I think now are more ROI focused. The way businesses are ROI focused, consumers are also. So they are looking for products which are probably much cheaper but are doing the same thing. And you'll see a lot of this being shown through influencer marketing, where the influencer is showing a dupe which works as well but is not priced or is priced like maybe at 20% of a branded product. Third one is wellness, skinification, and the fourth one is, as we discussed earlier, hair and scalp health. So not just talking about how to make them look better, but how to improve the texture, or how to improve the hair quality, how to prevent hair. So a lot of prevention, brands related to prevention of hair loss, thinning, dullness, etc. are coming. So this is more about insights. Now, in the next section, probably the next 5 to 7 minutes, I'll tell you 10 steps which you can use or which you can look at when you are designing your website for the US market. So this is relevant for any retail category, but basically we'll be talking about, and this is very well researched data with US audience, so we'll be telling you what are the best practices that have to be implemented in the website for the US market. Okay, so action one. First of all, the four parameters, data security, quality, customer support, and simple returns. So whenever a customer lands on your page, the home page, these four things have to show in the home page very clearly. You cannot miss any of them. So you have to show that it's a secure site. Somewhere you have to show that the quality of products is very high. You have to show the customer support, the chat box on the home page, and it has to remain in all the pages. And you have to show somewhere about easy returns. The second action on the product page. So once the customer then clicks any product, what are the things that you have to ensure are available on the product page? Our data tells us that 15% increase in conversion, 15% uplift when you add reviews or testimonials. You have to ensure that on the product page you show healthy number of reviews, because they will drop off if they see that there are no reviews, because they assume that nobody has bought these products. So reviews very important when you start. Basically before you start campaigns, this is like the hygiene that you have to do. The third one, 10% average conversion increase when site is localized, which means that you have to be aware of the local nuances. If it is English, US, UK, Australia, still if you can use some of the local flavor when it comes to language, you have to change your content. And localization here would also mean what we saw earlier, right? So the colors, the styles which are in fashion in that particular geography, you have to show that first. Action 4. 77% of customers use companies' online FAQ section. So if you have not added that section, ensure that there is a FAQ, frequently asked questions section on your homepage as well as in the end page. Because whatever top questions that are coming to consumers' mind, you can readily answer them here. Action 5 has to be around what ways you are showing for user to connect. And in the US, so these are the 3 ways where we have seen more than 50% people asking for it. So the first one is direct call. There should be a direct call option. Second one is online chat. People can chat via form and live chat. So if you cannot do call, you do not have a team which can be present all the time, at least make a live chat option available. Very important. Action 63% of the consumers say that their decision is influenced by delivery providers. So these are the 4 delivery providers that are shown high trust in US, DHL, FedEx, United States Postal Service. So if you are using, first ensure that you use them and show this in PDP or somewhere in the funnel, so that people know that their product is going to come via trustworthy delivery providers. 7. With regards to fulfillment communication. So free delivery definitely is, just like India is appreciated by people in US. So include that simple free returns, of course. Free delivery, free returns, include that in the price and show these upfront on the pages. Last, action 8 is around security. So 3% increase in conversion after implementing not an McAfee security badge. So get these badges on your website. And payment method is very important again. So for US, Visa, MasterCard, Amex and PayPal. So this is like P0, you have to have them, and then you can include BNPL, etc. to improve conversions, but definitely cards and PayPal have to be there. And lastly, checkout should have a security badge, secure wording and progress bar. So security, one thing important that I have seen is checkout. So do not ask them to log in because they will drop off. Allow guest checkout. So these are the 10 ways you can optimize your US website. We don't have much time left, so we'll quickly go through the last section, which is your readiness, and then how can Google help. So I think when you are planning to go overseas, there are a couple of questions as leaders, as marketers, that you have to ask yourself and the team. Are you ready for it? So first of all, what is the opportunity? Are you already getting some visitors and revenue? How much do you want export to contribute to your growth? What are your reasons? So is your domestic saturated, then you want to go out? Or is it just because your product is attuned to foreign markets, so you want to explore? What is the exact reason? Do you have the resources? Do you have the people, the time, the budget? Because in any new market, you will require some initial budget for brand building, for awareness. Do you have that budget? How will you localize? So check with your team. Do you have resources to localize? So will you be able to create a version of your website for foreign market? Will you be able to establish operations, customer care? Because every leg for e-commerce you will need to localize. And finally, how will you enter? So you will check the market for your industry, regulations, culture, language, operations, etc. And once you are able to answer all these questions and able to execute, then only start the campaigns. And how can we help? So as I told you, I'm running this program called International Growth Agency Program, and we work very closely with select media agencies in India. Very few you can count them on your hand. And what we do is essentially, whatever you saw in terms of insights, data, strategies, enable our agency partners so that they can help the clients grow, or they can make the clients grow from 0 to 1 to 10 to 100. There are four legs usually that any brand goes. First is identifying the opportunity, assessing the market, assessing the go-to-market strategy, and finally tracking the performance and growing in that specific market. And we help in all four legs along with the agency partner. We have last 5 minutes left, so I'll quickly go through some Google resources that enable SMBs to go global. Some of them are available publicly, but a majority of them are available directly via us or our international growth partner agencies. So the first one is Google Trends. This is an open tool. You can always go and check trends around this category you delve in and just check what is the demand, what is growing. Google Market Finder. This again is open publicly. You can go and it will give you a number of insights into certain markets when you select your category. A more nuanced version of this called Market Explorer is only available via the agency partner. Then we have market guides. Again, this is an internal resource where we have very detailed market guides available for almost all the geographies across the world. And then we have operation guides. So I showed you the operation guide for US. Similarly, we have guides for almost all countries, and we have different guides for retail, travel, B2B, etc. And these are updated constantly by surveying the audiences in those markets. So this is an overview of the market guides that we provide. Apart from this, we also have something called a Google Partner Hub, where we have partnered with different localization, payment, logistics partners from across the world. Again, this is available online, so you can go, check the geo, check the type of partner you are looking for, and when you tell them that you have come by a partner hub, they will give you preferential treatment. They will respond to you urgently. So yeah, this was all about the session on international growth. So we talked about the overall opportunity. We talked about where does retail come in the picture, and we talked about 2 subcategories, apparel, and then cosmetics, skincare, ethnic wear, and we talked about how specifically Google can help you. If you have any specific questions, I'm here after the session, so you can come and talk to me and we can discuss possible synergies. Also, if you need, yes. Yeah, we can discuss after the session because I think they are recording. Yeah.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
One main point is missing in that, the law. Law is missing in that. The whole.
Yeah, it's more around insights.
Yeah, whole 10 actions, the law is missing. Like for example, you talk about the ethnic wear, the color. Hazardous colors are not there. Number one, the cosmetics not affecting skin.
Correct.
So this is missing in that.
Yeah, so because that
And
is a
third
generic
the,
retail.
Third
Yeah.
is the standards.
Yes,
The US standards, UK standards.
definitely.
Yeah. Fourth is the laws, custom laws. All these points are missing in that.
Yeah, so because that is a
And
generic
even
UI
the-
UX.
even the support, all these points are not covered in that.
Yeah, because I know that is very important, law, customs, and it's very important. Yes.
What documents are required?
Yeah.
What certificates are required?
Yes.
What the lab test is required?
Yeah, I think that's very important and very painful part for the businesses, and you will have to.
I have the product. Fabric,
Yes.
I have the fabric. Good quality. But certification are accepted. Their certification or our certification. Which accrediting agencies are there for lab test? Color is fast, color is not harmful to the skin. The cosmetic ingredients are not harmful, no animal tested. So these things are very, very important.
So for these,
All
there are
uh,
these involved
specific.
10 action points. These main points are missing. Point number one. Point number two, in the support also, you give the support. That there also it is not covered. I have the product. Number one, most important point is, one more most important point is, I have everything. Now you say the customer, the support, the phone number, help, customer care.
Customer care.
I am in India. I exported to USA. Let's say I sari or salwar suit I have exported to USA. If any complaint is there, they will take undue advantage because I don't have the counterpart there. I'm in India.
Yes.
Until unless I have a support team there, until unless I have the warehouse there, price will not be competitive. Support team will not be there. Customer complaint, who will attend the customer care? If any return is there, then where? So these things are missing in that.
So because this is more from UI UX perspective, but if you are looking for best practices and how to get this done, I can get you connected personally to a few brands who have cracked it from India. So you can ask them which agencies they are hiring for all this. And I think that can be really helpful.
I'm sorry to say, why to contact the other partners?
Because Google
Why-
is not
one minute.
expert in this.
That's what I'm saying.
No, we are not.
We are talking about the Google. And you talk the all slides you have shown us.
Yes.
So these main things should be covered. Either you say these are not covered, you take it's all on your risk and responsibilities.
Correct.
Or you cover in that. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. So because Google is a marketing partner, and reason why we have different partners. So for example, localization, they will help. A lot of these separate organizations exist specifically to help businesses. And if you want, we can help you get in touch with the ones which have worked, because there are a lot of, in fact, there are a lot of groups also in India of exporters. And usually this happens via peer-to-peer, because if something has worked well, people are happily able to share. So we can connect offline. I can get you added to certain groups also, where all these people who are exporting from India are connected to each other, and they very easily ask for recommendations. So you can get in touch with these organizations.
The question is, when you're going, this is the first step to convince the customer, to bring the customer. You're showing them the slides that should speak. Rather than saying, we have the team, we have that one, first slide to convince the customer, to bring the customer. These slides should speak.
We can definitely take
You
that
add all
input.
these points, whatever I told you.
Yeah, we'll add,
You add
from our
all
next
these things.
presentation.
Then you can say, yes, in detail, you can contact our
Yeah, so
support team.
I think, feedback taken. From the next time, we will include that these are, of course, the fundamental things that the client has to take care of. Yeah. But of course, we are not in a position to do that, but we can get you in touch with partners who do that. Yeah, definitely. But we can help you offline on that. Okay, I think our time is up. Thank you, everyone.
Are you tired of waking up with lazy feelings from your memory foam mattress? Introducing the Sleepwell Pro Nexa delivers 32% higher better body adaptation and 27% better to your body. Our rated Pro Nexa keeps your body and anticipating heat 27% faster than traditional memory foam. Enhanced body. It's time to forget about memory foam. Upgrade to Pro Nexa now. Memory foam feels the joys of world.
Introducing City Quest Shades of Bharat, which we are launching under the aegis of the Ministry of Information Broadcasting's Create in India challenge. I welcome you to download City Quest Shades of Bharat from the Google Play Store. Play, win,
Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check.
Hi everyone, so we'll be starting with the Pinterest session in 2 minutes. From the Pinterest team, we have Sanya Bijlani, so she'll be taking over the session. 2 minutes, we'll just get started.
Hello. Hi guys, good morning. This is Sanya this side on behalf of Pinterest, and I will be taking you through the entire presentation about Pinterest today and what we have to offer. It's the newest one on the block from an advertising lens. Pinterest is actually launched in India from an advertising lens as recent as 2024 July. So we're very, very new on the block. While Pinterest has been there for us to use as a social media platform for a very long time, but advertising is something that wasn't available in India yet. And now we're active and we're live. So actually, before I actually begin and actually dive deep into the platform, we do have a live bit of an audience sitting here as well. And I don't want to make this a monologue just from one side. It's going to be really boring for the next 30 minutes. So it's going to be interesting to hear from you guys a little as well, just to understand if any of you actually have used the platform. If yes, what do you use it for? Because a lot of that is going to help me actually explain to you what Pinterest is all about and how you as brands can actually advertise better on the platform. So just a roundabout within the team that's sitting here, do you guys use Pinterest, if I may ask that? Yeah, and if you guys actually do use it, what do you use it primarily for? All right. Lovely. Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely right. Any one of you guys? Bang on. Yes. Correct. Correct. Right. And like most of you rightly said, right, it is primarily used for something known as all that we actually go to Pinterest for is inspiration, right? That's what the goal and mission for Pinterest is. The goal is to actually bring about that inspiration within your real lives, right? Which is why you're using the platform, which is why you use and you actually go to Pinterest on, correct? Now, like all of us know and all of us are aware, Pinterest is a completely visual discovery platform. I would actually term it very differently. I think it's a beautiful amalgamation between a intent-driven search platform and a social media platform. That's where Pinterest comes about, because the primary thing that you actually do on Pinterest is search. You're searching for ideas, you're looking out for inspiration, you're searching for what's new around the world that's happening, and not just in India, through and through everywhere, which is how you're using the platform. So it's a search-led, intent-driven platform. That's what it's all about, along with some beautiful visuals, aesthetic visuals, which actually inspire and appeal the audience, right? People actually come to Pinterest not just to explore, but actually now save and shop as well. Because advertising wasn't possible before this, you couldn't really shop off Pinterest, which you can do today. So it's a complete full funnel from a consumer journey perspective, and which is why, even from an advertising lens, we offer a complete solution from an awareness campaign to a conversion campaign, like a full funnel, because that's how the user journey is as well on the platform. Like a lot of us were talking about, you practically do searches on Pinterest which are all absolutely inspiration-led. Now what happens is you're not really doing a brand search on the platform, right? Now because you're not doing a brand search on the platform, you end up discovering a lot of newer brands. Brands which you didn't even know about, right? Because brands are now not interrupting your journey, they're adding value to it because you didn't do a brand search. They're automatically coming in your feed basis the kind of inspiration search that you were doing. So that's how beautifully advertising fits into Pinterest, where actually ads also become a part of the entire user journey, which is why when we walk up to brands and we ask, and we ask them for their creatives, we want them to show the creatives beforehand to us, because we can actually tell them, this is what's going to work on the platform. Be seamlessly integrated in the platform rather than, being textually there as a promoted content piece, because that's not how you're adding value to a visual discovery platform. So the idea is to seamlessly sync into the feed where you're aesthetically present and automatically people then click on your ads. That's how we're doing it with a lot of us. And in fact, we're doing that for Boat as well. We're doing that for Merino as well. So we're seeing that, when you're creating content specific to the platform, it will always work a lot better for you. Moving on, Pinterest is a personal discovery platform like we spoke about. It comes and sits beautifully into a space of, giving inspiration, browsing possibilities of what's available, what are the new trends, and it's all from a very personal lens, right? And that's why if you actually compare it to any other existing platforms that are there, Pinterest has monopoly in the way in which it actually, and the place in which it sits. Go back, remember the search that you did on the platform. It was never a search that you were doing for the past or the present. It is always a future-led search that you're doing on the platform. You are always going on the platform looking for trends or for home inspiration because you want to make a home, maybe an outfit inspiration because you want to go out somewhere, a travel inspiration about cafes or the kind of outfits I need to wear, again from a future lens, which is why the intent on the platform is much higher. Again, go back and think, guys, do you ever scroll through Pinterest sitting in meetings? You won't be doing that ever. You will always go on Pinterest when you have the time, when you're actually looking for something, which is why you are a very high intended audience that we have, right? And we see that through and through the kind of performance our ads are already giving. We have a huge set of brands which are already active and live with us, and we'll talk about them later on as well. But we see it through and through that the performance is way better than other platforms, primarily because of the intent of the audience that's present on the platform. It's one of the safest places in terms of having a positive impact on people's life. It's because we have very, very high guidelines, very strict guidelines on the kind of creatives that actually go out. Go back, check on your Pinterest feed. You would never come out of Pinterest feeling dissatisfied or not happy, because your visuals are so high and inspiring on the kind of way that they're presented. you'll always come out very inspired and a positive mindset from Pinterest. That's what makes the platform so different, right? Diving straight into the audience of Pinterest. In India, there are 30 million plus monthly active users that we have. The important thing to note here is it is the only platform which has 52% women audience. There is no other platform where the women audience is as high as this. We are generally in a country wherein it's dominated by the male audience on most of the apps that we are present, but that's not the case for Pinterest. So for a lot of, say fashion brands, retail brands, e-com brands, Pinterest makes a lot more sense, which are very, very women-oriented. And honestly, ideally, globally, that number is a 70-30, which is 70% women, but we're in a nicer space here in India where there's a beautiful equal split. And in that split as well, if you see your primary audience is coming in from 18 to 24 and 24 to 35. So that's where most of your audience also sits in. But that is an overall, depending on certain categories, like if I say certain categories like a home decor particularly, or any other particular category like that, in that cases you will see that the audience interested varies in terms of the age group. So in those age groups, you'll see the audience is slightly shifting towards, say, a 25 plus till about a 40, 45. And we see that very often with a lot of our home brands as well that we work for. Like I said, there are certain categories that you would have thought are obviously the topmost interested categories for Pinterest, and fashion being the first thing that comes to our mind. Fortunately, unfortunately, that's not the case. Art is one of the biggest categories on Pinterest. When we say art, art actually entails anything to do with anything creative. It could be body art, wallpapers, calligraphy, fonts, any of that, all of that falls under art, and art becomes a very, very big category on Pinterest. So is entertainment. Entertainment is big because we are in the world of Bollywood, and wherever there are celebs added on, entertainment becomes a very, very big category for us. So entertainment is big as well. Fashion overall is about 22 million, but just women fashion is about 16 million that we have on Pinterest so far. And these are all monthly active users on the platform. Diving a little deeper into the advertising that we have to offer on the platform, like I said, the consumer journey now is a full funnel. From seeing something, saving something, to actually shopping for it. Similarly are our advertising solutions as well. From an awareness campaign to a conversion campaign, you can do everything on Pinterest. It is a completely biddable platform. When I say biddable, that's a dashboard you guys can access at your end. You can run the ads yourselves as well, or via your partners or agencies as well. You have complete visibility of what targeting you're using, how your ads are performing. You can keep changing your targeting in order for you to optimize your ads as well. So works very similar to any other biddable platform, and similarly are the bid types and bidding models also on the platform. Your primary bid types would be CPM, CPCs. Even for conversion campaigns, you would be bidding on CPM itself. Of course, you can optimize on, you can put your bids on CPAs, but your primary bidding model and billing will happen on the CPM basis. That's how most of the bidding models also work. Similar to that, the most interesting thing is the kind of targeting that you can do. Because when you create your Pinterest profile, you actually choose certain interest areas. So when you make a profile on Pinterest, you are asked a question by Pinterest to say, what are you interested in? So whatever you select as interest areas at that point in time, those become a way for brands to target those users. And not just that. For example, when I created my profile, I would have maybe selected fashion and travel only as interest areas. But during the course and my journey with Pinterest, I started interacting a lot with home decor as well, or entertainment as well. So those categories would also become a part of my interest group, and due to the kind of interactions that I've made on the platform. So you can target people basis interests. Like I said, Pinterest is a beautiful amalgamation between a search platform and a social platform, which is why you can also target people based on keywords. This is an additional targeting filter that you can add. So you can actually put out keywords. You can get a monthly search volume of your keywords as well. You can have an exact match, phrase match, a negative keyword list. All of that can be done on the dashboard itself. Apart from that, some basic hygienes as targeting. You can upload a customer list, which is your first-party data. You can also target people basis the engagement that they've had on your platform or on your channel. You can do a website visitor targeting as well. You can create an actor-like audience, very similar to something known as a look-alike, which you guys would be aware of. You can create a similar actor-like audience as well on Pinterest. And apart from that, obviously your basic filters like your location, age, gender, device, demographics, all of that also comes in as a part of targeting on the platform. That's all that you can do from a targeting lens. From an ad placement perspective, on your app, these are your top 3 placements. When I say top 3 placements, one is your home feed, one is your search feeds, and the other is a related pin. Whenever you click on a particular pin, you start seeing similar pins coming in. So that's known as related pins. These are your key placements. Pinterest would always recommend you to run your ad on all placements, and Pinterest would optimize it and show your ad to the best placement depending on performance. So we would always keep all placements on as a default. And on all these placements, these are all the kind of ad formats that you can run. So you have a standard static and a video pin. You have a carousel pin. You have something known as a maximum width video, which basically takes up the center of the 2 grids. It's a bigger inventory and a bigger unit. You have idea ads, very similar to a story format where you can keep tapping and seeing a larger, a larger picture in terms of a storytelling that a brand wants to do. And then for your lower funnel campaigns, for your conversion campaigns, you have collection ads and shopping ads wherein you can upload your entire catalog on Pinterest. A lot of brands with us have started taking this particular property up because they've been running for the last 2 months. They're running awareness and consideration campaign, and whichever have converted for them or have interacted with them, they're using entire data and running the catalog campaigns on them. So we already have Shop Malmal also, which is onboarded with us from a catalog lens. We're doing that with Oela as well. So those are a couple of brands that we're running the catalog ads with. Like I said, those are the ad formats. This is a little about your paid partnerships. You can have creators and partners like your influencers that you can work with, and also have them do paid partnerships on the platform wherein you can do sponsored content along with them. And Pinterest itself has certain Pinterest creators. There's a list of those creators that we already have. Basis the interest areas or the categories that you guys want, we can share the list of creators with you, and those guys can work with you very, very closely as well. Another very interesting ad format that we launched very, very recently, this was launched on the 20th of October last year. This is known as a premium spotlight, which is basically nothing but a one-day takeover on the platform. We would call it like pretty much like a roadblock is what we have. It's a cost per day sort of a deal that we have with about 10.5 million impressions, 100% reach. It's a pan-India targeting. There's no one particular specific targeting. It's a pan-India targeting. So if you block that day for your brand, for any of your key launches, then that becomes your complete takeover on Pinterest on that day. We can't give that property to anybody else on that day. So it works like any other roadblock that we already have, right? So that's an interesting property that we're already live with at this point in time also. This primarily runs a video property, but in case you have a static creative, we can convert that also in a very, very simple format of a 2-second GIF and upload that as well. A lot of brands are doing that as well in the APAC region. Like I said, Pinterest is not just for upper funnel campaigns. A lot of brands are now using it for their conversion campaigns, and it's and it's doing wonders in terms of performance. And a lot of brands have already seen that, and because Pinterest has been active globally for a really, really long time in terms of advertising, it's just new in India and APAC as a region, but otherwise, there are a lot of case studies on how beautifully Pinterest has been performing for shopping campaigns. So shopping has been completely inbuilt into Pinterest right now. You can have your entire catalog uploaded, run a low funnel campaign. You have CAPI integrations that can be done. You have all sorts of pixels and tags which can be placed in order for you to track all your events for the platform to optimize better in order for it to deliver results for your conversion campaigns. So these slides are broadly talking primarily about how easy it is for you to actually run shopping campaigns and how those look like. So if you see here, that's how your catalog campaigns would look like and your shopping campaigns would actually look like. So you can click into these and actually move into your brand apps or sites wherein people can actually shop as well. And like I said, there are CAPI integrations and integrations which can be done in terms of tracking conversions for it to perform better. We've seen that globally, Pinterest has performed very, very well on these parameters. You actually see that Pinterest delivers much higher than any other platform when it comes to conversion campaigns, if done rightly and if done correctly. We would never expect a brand to start their first campaign as a conversion campaign. It's a biddable platform. It needs to create a pool of audience for you in order for it to optimize itself better. So it needs to be a full funnel strategy that needs to be followed on Pinterest, wherein it begins with your awareness and consideration campaigns, and basis how it performs, you then turn those into your conversion campaigns as well. So that's how the platform is, very similar to how you guys would be running on any other biddable platform as well. But yes, something that I actually have to go back and keep reminding brands is we do not recommend starting your first campaign as a conversion campaign on Pinterest. You need to give Pinterest enough and more for it to learn from in order for it to optimize better for your campaigns as well. That's a bit about the platform, guys. Any questions so far? It surely has been a monologue from my side so far. So any questions that you guys have about the platform before I tell you the kind of brands you're already working with?
More about Block the Day.
Sorry?
You talked about Block the Day campaign,
Yes.
Roadblock.
Yes.
Can you tell a bit more about that? How does it work and what could be the budget for a day?
Correct. So that's going to be a cost per day deal that we have. So for that one full day on your home feed, as well as, can I just go back on that slide, guys, if that's okay with everybody? I'll just show you how that's going to look. Yeah. So if you actually see, that's how it will look on your home feed. So in your home feed, it is going to be like a maximum width video, which I showed you. It's going to be a maximum width video size, which is going to be in between the screen. On your home feed to a user, this particular roadblock will be visible thrice in a day.
Okay.
Right? But on the search feed, it will constantly be there.
Okay.
There is no capping there. Just on the home feed, there's a capping.
Can select.
Sorry?
Category we can select.
No, it's a pan-India targeting. All over India, all interest categories, everything, pan-India for Pinterest. So on that day, anybody and everybody who comes on Pinterest will see your brand.
Okay.
Right now, a cost per day deal of 10,000 USD, so close to about 8.4 lakhs is what it's going to be about, with a 10.25 to a 10.5 million impressions that we're offering in a day.
Cool.
Thank
Thank you.
Does that solve the question? Cool. Anybody else, guys? The takeover campaign cannot run on the custom list. The takeover would not have any targeting options for you because that's a takeover pan-India without any targeting option at this point in time.
Other types of
But
ad will have.
all your other ads will have a custom list or a customer list that you want to upload as an exclusion list or an addition list that you want to show your ads to. Yeah? Yes, please. There's a question there.
Hi.
Hi.
So is there any recommendation when it comes to budget that this is the minimum budget that you should keep for a day, or if you are running like a lifetime budget campaign?
Yes.
Yeah, so what
Yes,
would your
anything lower
recommendation
than 5 lakhs INR is something that we don't recommend. And I'll tell you the reason why we're saying this also. When we started off advertising in India with budgets lower than that, because the audience base is big, you tend to target a much larger audience base. What happens is, by the time the platform starts optimizing on a lifetime budget, your campaign is over. And you're not understanding you're a new brand on a new platform. You need to give the platform enough for it to actually deliver. And we're actually seeing that on a lot of new brands that we've onboarded. You already have an example of Merino and Boat right here. And you can check with them that, that's the bare minimum amount you actually need on the platform for you to see how it's delivering. We've run a beautiful campaign for Merino and it's delivered exceptional results. I already have the brand team sitting here. And they would vouch for the fact that had that budget been 2 lakh rupees, it wouldn't have delivered the numbers that it has delivered today.
So this is the lifetime budget that you're
Yes, so what we basically do is we would recommend a 5 lakhs to be run maximum for a 20 to 25 day of a period on a lifetime budget sort of a campaign. And you run that through and then basis the delivery, Pinterest will optimize your campaign.
Yeah, so on the
Yes.
basis of how the ad is performing and how the customers are interacting,
Yes.
it will optimize the budget on the daily basis.
100%. Yes.
All right, thank
That's
you.
what we would recommend.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes. Any other questions so far? Cool. Thank you so much. Now just moving on to, yes. Yes, please.
Which you mentioned.
Yes.
How does that work?
So we already saw our Pinterest APAC team, which is Sneha and the team, because you're already aware of them as well, and I'm going to put you through them as well again. You can actually reach out to them. They have a list of creators for Pinterest category-wise. They can share the list of all those creators with you, and whichever ones you think are the most relevant for your brand, you can actually then start interacting with them on a one-on-one basis and start creating content with them and promoting them through partnerships, like paid partnerships. That's it. So that's how this practically works. So if you want, I can put you through with Sneha as well from our APAC team.
Yeah.
She's going to share a list of creators that we have for the home category, and that's going to help you out as well.
Cool.
Yeah?
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Just one slide on the kind of brands we're already onboarded and working with. We have Apple, Motorola, Benetton, Flipkart, Merino, Boat, OnePlus, Dyson, Kohler, IKEA, Flip, and all of these already live with us so far. We've had a couple of conversations with this week itself going live with HUL as well in the West market. So from that lens, these are the brands that are already live in the last quarter, and we've seen some amazing, amazing results. I don't have to even mention these slides because I can't really talk about much in terms of details of any other brand in terms of how it's performing. But in case you guys want, I know we have a case study sitting right here with Merino, and it's worked very, very well for us. So in case any of you have any questions about how it's delivered, I'm sure that's with the brand if they really actually want to share and actually share their experience on how Pinterest actually performed for them in the last quarter, because we actually saw some great results coming out. So those are some benchmarks that you could take from within the team. But just to be saying that out loud, while we give certain benchmarks on the kind of CTRs and CPMs that are globally there, having said that, India does deliver on CPMs much lower than the benchmarks and CTRs way higher than the benchmarks that we've already given out to our brands. So far, we actually see the platform really, really picking up within its category. It's very important for us to note a couple of things as a summary before I actually leave you guys to it. I just have about 6 minutes to go. But couple of summary points and couple of key points about Pinterest to remember. One of the only platforms to have a higher women audience, a platform which is about a visual discovery plus a beautiful amalgamation of a search-led platform. One of the only platforms to be in the zone of actually getting inspiration currently. When you actually even Google about certain ideas, the first 3 recommendations are Pinterest pages. So that's where the platform is at. The idea is to look at it from a very high intent-driven audience, slightly niche audience in terms of the kind of people that actually go there, because they actually go there to spend that kind of time on the platform, which is why we don't give daily active users, because an actual audience does not use Pinterest on a daily basis. You use Pinterest on the basis of your intent. Which is how you would use any other intent-driven platform, right? So which is why it's important to understand how is the best manner in which you can utilize the campaign to reach out to the right kind of audience. And that's my time, guys. Thank you so much for intently listening. Thank you so much for keeping it very, very engaging. If there are any more questions that you guys may have, I'm right here even after this particular presentation, and we can take it up from there then. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time. Thanks.
I'll announce the speaker shortly. It's with Cargo, who is one of our who Elevate is co-powered by. Before we get into the break, I have a few trivia questions again. So please feel free to engage. The first one is, which is the #2 search engine in the world? I'll give you all options. Bing, Google, Instagram, YouTube. Any guesses? Sorry? No, that's the wrong answer. Yeah, it's YouTube. YouTube is the #2 search engine in the world. The next question is, so I'll be telling you the old names of some very famous companies in the world, and you have to just guess along the way what the older name of the company was. So Google was first known as Backrub. Pepsi was Brad's Drink. PayPal, anybody, any guesses for what PayPal was? Okay. PayPal was Confinity. Nike was Blue Ribbon Sports. Amazon was Cadabra. Any guesses for Matchbox, which is the old name? What is the brand today? Matchbox. I'll give you a hint. It's a very famous dating app. Yes, that's right. It's Tinder. Tinder was earlier known as Matchbox. Thank you so much, everyone. 12:30, we'll have our next session start.
Are you tired of waking up with aches and pains from your memory foam mattress? Introducing the Sleepwell Pro Nexa mattress. Pro Nexa delivers 32% higher pressure relief. Plus, it conforms 67% better to your body. Our patented technology keeps your body cool, dissipating heat 27% faster than traditional memory foam. It's time to forget about memory foam. Upgrade to Pro Nexa now.
Check, check. Check.
Hi, this is Anurag Saxena from E-Gaming Federation. Introducing City Quest Shades of Bharat, which we are launching under the aegis of the Ministry of Information Broadcasting's Create in India Challenge. I welcome you to download City Quest Shades of Bharat from the Google Play Store. Play, win, ask your friends to play, make sure your city wins, and welcome to a world of edutainment where you get to learn about India's journey of urbanization, India's journey of Vikas in a very fun-filled way through City Quest Shades of Bharat.
जब आप घर बनाते हैं आप 100 तरह के सामान मंगवाते हैं। जब आप 100 तरह के सामान मंगवाते हैं तब दुकानदार आपको चूना लगाता है, ओरिजिनल के पैसे लेकर नकली सामान डिलीवर करवाते हैं। नकली सामान देखकर आपके फ्यूज उड़ जाते हैं, और जब आपके फ्यूज उड़ जाते हैं तब और कहां पैसे डूबे हैं ये सोचकर घबराते हैं। क्यों? मार्केट में सबने लूट मचा रखी है क्या? अपने पैसों को डूबने से बचाइए, सीधा हिप्पो होम्स आइए। 160 से ज्यादा ब्रांड्स के 30,000 से ज्यादा ओरिजिनल प्रोडक्ट्स एक ही जगह पाइए। हिप्पो होम्स। अब घर बनाना सिंपल है। जब आप घर बनवाते हैं तब आप एक भरोसेमंद कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बुलाते हैं। वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर घर आके आपको बड़े हसीन सपने दिखाते हैं। इतने हसीन सपने देख आप अंदर ही अंदर खुश हो जाते हैं। अंदर ही अंदर खुश होकर आप उन्हें एडवांस पकड़ाते हैं। एडवांस मिलने के बाद वो अपने असली रंग दिखाते हैं। पूरी पेमेंट लेकर भी काम आधा अधूरा छोड़ जाता है। तो भाई साहब, अपने ड्रीम होम को परफेक्ट बनाइए, सीधा हिप्पो होम्स आइए। यहां मिलेंगे आपको 100 से ज्यादा ट्रस्टेड एक्सपर्ट्स। हिप्पो होम्स। अब घर बनाना सिंपल है।
कैसा लग रहा हूँ पापा?
रियली लुक स्मार्ट
है ना?
विच डिजाइनर?
अरे डिजाइनर नहीं, ब्लैकबेरीज है।
फिट तो अच्छा है।
आपने ना हमेशा मेरे साथ यही करा है। चाहे मेरा ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाने का डिसीजन हो, चाहे एक्टर बनने का डिसीजन हो, आपने कभी रोका नहीं है, उड़ने दिया मुझे। You always let me fly, पापा। अरे एक मिनट, हैप्पी फादर्स डे।
भाई बेटा।
अच्छा, हमें 20 मिनट में लंच पे जाना है, आप जल्दी चेंज करो।
कैसा लग रहा है भाई?
अगर डॉक्टर ऐसे लगेंगे तो एक्टरों का क्या होगा?
चिंता न करें बेटे, एज ग्रुप का फर्क है।
This Father's Day, celebrate the man who inspires you to rise. Keep rising.
New Lectrix Enduro, big on style, bigger on space.
मिलिए एंड्यूरो स्कूटर से। घर का सामान हो या डिलीवरी बॉक्सेस, 42 लीटर बूट स्पेस है ना, साथ ही साथ एक्स्ट्रा कैरियर भी फॉर दैट एक्स्ट्रा लोड। अब आपके कंधों की जिम्मेदारी थोड़ी हमारी भी। कैरियर 150 केजी तक का वजन आसानी से उठाता है और चढ़ाई की टेंशन भी सर से हटाता है। अगर कहीं बीच में रुकना भी पड़ जाए तो नो टेंशन, ये रखता है आपकी सब जरूरतों का ख्याल। हमारे रिवर्स मोड से अब गाड़ी पीछे करना भी है बेहद आसान। और तो और बैटरी स्वैपिंग में लगते हैं बस 52 सेकेंड्स। कम टाइम में ज्यादा कमाई और उससे भी ज्यादा आराम। हमारी बैटरी स्वैपिंग स्टेशंस दिल्ली एनसीआर, हैदराबाद, बैंगलोर इन सब जगह उपलब्ध हैं। Lectrix Enduro 2.3 for every moment, on duty or off. लोग तो देखेंगे ही। Book your Enduro.
Requesting you all to get seated and settled in. We're about to start with our cargo panel discussion in just a minute.
This is my sand house. The sand keeps falling down when things go
Requesting
bad.
everyone to please get seated. Let's
I
settle in.
leave them where they're at. This is my sand house. The sand keeps falling down when things go bad. I leave them where they're at.
Hi guys, can we have everyone seated please?
But how is it even fixed every time? Is there an angel in our house? There's a wizard in my house and I wonder how this goes. There's a wizard in my house and the wizard loves me the most.
Hi everyone, so we'll begin with our next session. We first have a presentation by Nabajit Nath, who is the sales director of India for Cargo, who is also one of the partners who are co-powering our event Elevate. And then we'll move into a panel discussion with Nabajit Nath, with Saurabh Gupta, who is also the co-founder and CEO of Very Smart AI, and with our Shreyansh Bhandari, our co-founder, who will moderate the session. Over to you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope we are having a great session today. Thanks for the invite, Lyxel team. This has been a real pleasure coming to Gurgaon in such a chilly weather, but then never mind it because we get to interact with agencies and clients, talk about business and also beyond business as well. What I'll do here is, usually what happens is when people see somebody with a designation of sales come on stage, the assumption is that it will be ye matlab bechne aaya hai, pura bechne aaya hai. Not entirely true. What I'll do is I'll try and speak about a topic which is very pertinent for agencies and clients across the board, not just category specific, but across the board. This is an issue which everyone is facing, especially in India, because matured markets have kind of figured out how to work within the realms of open internet. But in India, a lot of issues are still existing on the open internet. So firstly, let me talk about the promise of open internet. What did the open internet promise when programmatic kind of boomed a few years back? It promised reach, great scale. You can have unlimited amount of campaigns being run on the open internet without exhausting your budgets. So much of reach, they can give you scale, they can give you transparency, which agencies love. The word transparency, I think clients and agencies really harp on that. You want transparency on the open internet so that you can figure out where the campaigns are running, how much is the performance, what are the metrics being served, etc. Finally, targeting and personalization. Personalization, hyper-personalization also. You want to target people with a very personalized communication on the open internet. This is also a promise of the open internet when we kind of look at the global picture, right? Then cost effectiveness. You can buy CPC rates at dirt cheap prices, right? You know, single digit prices as well. Finally, diversification and flexibility. It gives clients and agencies the opportunity to ensure that they can tweak their marketing strategy, advertising strategy according to the requirements of the open internet. But a huge but exists in India because of the issues with the open internet. The most important issue as of now, and I'll share some numbers around this, is the high incidence of ad fraud. 20 to 25% of your ad dollars always goes on fraudulent inventory. There are businesses in maybe South or somewhere else, maybe in Noida as well, I do not know, which exist in creating fraud traffic, in ensuring that your dollars are spent in, traffic which is not, guarded, which is not editorially proper, which is maybe bot traffic, which is maybe MFA, which is made for advertisement sites, and around 20 to 25%, which is 1/4 of your ad dollars on the open internet goes to these sites. That is a huge loss for brands and agencies. Secondly is lack of independent verification. You might have a tracker here and there, right? But beyond that, is it viewable? You might have a tracker for that also. Is it attentive enough? The users are attentive enough to your advertisement or not? So a lot of these verifications need to be done independently instead of a platform telling you. Like if I come and say to Saurav that I can give you the best verification, he will not trust me on day one. But if I say that a global third-party measurement platform will kind of value or vet my commitment, then you might just say that, okay, let me try out Cargo for now. Then there is uncontrolled ad placements. You do not know. Ask any marketer who's sitting here, do you know where your ads are being served? You know the top 10 sites. Beyond that, the long tail, no one can answer. No one can show also. That is a dirty, dirty trick that has been played on the open internet as of now in India. Finally, there is inconsistent content moderation, which I spoke about. UGC contents are abound. Varied quality of inventory. Everyone comes and says कि मेरे पास premium inventory है. But everyone is fighting for the premium inventory. आप bid करोगे, the bid prices goes up. It's a long, dirty story in terms of getting the premium inventory on the open internet. And finally, increased competition. As I said, every platform is saying उसके पास premium inventory है, but do they have it? And lastly, which I will come in the next slides also, ad fatigue and banner blindness, which is a huge issue for anyone who's into creative, who's into banner creation, etc. After a few days of your campaign going live, you'll realize that the users are not even interacting or engaging with the creative. What do? You change the creative, you change the targeting, but then there might be a better solution as well. Now, this slide we have prepared after speaking to our MD. He's a 64-year-old man, ex-BBC, ex-Reuters, very, very senior guy, APAC head for us, Mr. Robert Leach. He visits India 2-3 times a year. He sits with brands and agencies, tries to find out what is the pain point in India. Because, of course, Australia, UK, US markets are very matured for us, but India is slightly still getting there. So what the brands and agencies have told him, and that's what I put in my slide, is they want a platform which has only premium curated inventory, no long tail, no bot traffic, no MFA. They want a platform which offers robust fraud prevention and guaranteed brand safety. Brand safety is a huge issue for any brand, not just BFSI brands. That is a wrong kind of a assumption that is there in the market कि सिर्फ banking को safe होना चाहिए आजकल. नहीं. Every brand wants to be in a brand safe environment now. No talking about war and then you are showing a 50% off on your sale. That will not work. And then advanced targeting options, comprehensive data privacy, highly engaged and non-disruptive formats. As I said in my previous slides, formats needs to be slightly more engaging, more enhanced to get the attention of the users. And a platform which is optimized on mobile first, because India as a market is still very, very mobile first, 95% mobile usage every day. So many screens. 93% of CTV users always multitask while watching the TV. And then so many banners, so many clutter of banners. If you're a brand, you feel that you have the best product. You are going out in the market and talking to the user and saying that, hey, 50% off, but the best quality of product. But the user is so blindsided by so many ads running every day, how do you make the difference? Hence, let me introduce Cargo to you. I'm sure you might not have, a lot of you might not have heard of Cargo because this is our second year of running in India. We are a 21-year-old organization, ad tech platform based out of US. We started off as a ringtone wallpaper kind of a company in 2003, moved to ads business in 2008, and since then, we have kind of become one of the biggest players in the US market, European market, Australia. In Singapore, last year, December, we got the award for the best ad tech platform. And in India, we are coming with full force this year and started last year. We became omni-channel in 2021. And before that, in 2016, we became one of the biggest SSPs in the world, supply-side platforms in the world, with a difference. The difference is our SSP is invite only. Any publisher who wants to be part of the SSP of Cargo will have to be got invited or we approach them. It's never a network or an exchange that is onboarded. I'll quickly jump on the next few slides. We have got premium supply, premium targeting in partnership with IBM Watson, bold creatives, which enhances the creatives that you normally run, and finally, unmatched outcomes. These are powerful partnerships we have got from global and also local inventory. For example, you'll see a Times of India, you'll see a NDTV, but you'll also see a People. You'll also see a maybe a Cosmopolitan. You might also see a Lad Bible, etc. What happens in India, and this study which Mr. Robert did in India, is that a lot of users have kind of lost a bit of trust on the media in India. Take, for example, like basic stupid point in case. Any movie review, tomorrow is Saturday, right? You'll be going for a movie, you'll read some reviews, right? I do not think 90% of you trust, say, for example, Times of India ka review. You will definitely check ke People kya bol raha hai, Cosmopolitan kya bol raha hai, maybe what Roger Ebert kya bol raha hai, RogerEbert.com kya bol raha hai. So a lot of users in India from tier 1 metros and tier 2 cities are also following international sites. Hence, we have curated international sites, local sites, regional content into our SSP so that these are all editorially proper, but then are read by the maximum audiences on the open internet. Secondly, this is one of the most important slides of my presentation. Now, as of this moment, you might feel that I am the one who's talking about our premiumness, our exclusivity, our quality of traffic. But no, there are IAB tested, double verified tested, Grape Shot tested, and who else? We have got Jounce tested platform is Cargo. So when we say viewability, in India, 50% ko bahut mana jata hai, ki 50% viewable hai, wow, that's amazing results. Cargo by default is 75%. So this is certified by, I think, IAB itself. Then Double Verify and Human has certified that Cargo has got less than 0.3% invalid traffic. So 0.3% is negligible, but then still we have to show something. So 0.3% se niche is the invalid traffic on Cargo platform. Brand safety 98%, which is I think 25% above the second position jo bhi SSP aata hoga. So 98% brand safety as measured by Moat and Grape Shot. And then finally, Moat also, finally, we are a 100% MFA free SSP. When I say MFA, I'll come to the next slide. MFA is made for advertisement sites. Now, you know that a lot of these sites are those which are clickbaity, right? They ask you to click, and once you enter the site, you'll see that the banners are popping out left, right, and center without any context. Now, every SSP in the world has a lot of these MFAs in their site list. But Cargo, out of the global SSPs, there are only 3 or 4 who have been certified by Analytics and Jounce to be 100% MFA free. There is no MFA sites on Cargo. So your ad dollars are not getting wasted. Quickly, how Cargo functions. We are integrated with all the DSP partners. If you want to run a programmatic campaign, PG, PMP, we are integrated with all the DSPs. We have data from Axion, Oracle, LiveRamp, etc. But we also have created Cohort Intelligence, which is a contextual platform in partnership with IBM Watson, which is one of the largest partners in terms of contextual relevance. So Cohort Intelligence is our proprietary platform. Then measurements. I'll come to measurements in details later on also, but then we are measurable by any measurement third-party platform that you want. By default, and I wanted to announce this, for any brand which works with Lyxel and any brand which is attending today, we are offering IAS report for every campaign. No extra charges. Every campaign you'll get an IAS report, not a cargo report. And then you will get a Adelaide ka attention study. People are these days, last year and this year onwards, we'll be talking about attention. How much attention is being gathered from users? मतलब आपने तो ad दिखा दिया, but user attentive है कि नहीं? That study is done by Adelaide, which is the global platform for attention study. We'll give you the report for attention study also free of cost. Of course, there has to be a minimum budget threshold that you need for that. And then DV का आप tracker लगा सकते हो. Nielsen का BLS study, we have a cargo BLS study and Nielsen का BLS study also that we offer. And then publisher partnership, as I showed in my previous slide also, these are all global, Indian, regional language site lists that we have got in the SSP. Now coming to the front end of our business. ये सब मैंने back end का बात बोला. Data, targeting, measurements, DMP, etc. That is on the back end. Front end में we work as one of the most beautiful advertising ad format creating companies in the world. So what we do is we create engaging creatives for you. Like for example, this is the normal format of the KitKat campaign which was supposed to run. We enhanced that, ensure that this is much more engaging, much more interactive, and the user loves to kind of interact with that. So in terms of numbers, if I have to give you a very average number, this might attract 0.5 CTR on an average on a good day. This usually attracts 1%, 1.5% on a bad day. So this is how enhanced creatives really respond, especially in a market like India where this is still not mainstream. US, UK में enhanced creatives are a mainstream thing, cargo is the biggest there. But in India, this is still a line item which is कि चलो experiment करके देखते हैं. This we want to change in the Indian market. We want to make this a mainstream product where you are doing enhanced creative for all your campaigns, not just a line item. And finally, again, some examples of our innovative creative. Normal banner, I just need the banner for you. And for Lyxel clients, I told, I think, Ansh today also, we are offering free creative services. आप मुझे बस banner दे दो, file दे दो, I'll create these for you and send it to you. And we are across omni-channel. So display, video, mobile, CTV, we can run campaigns across the platform. And quickly, coming to the some of the products that we have launched are not in India. So this is our first time that Cargo has launched in India as a platform, which is a social canvas, where what we do is we amplify your social campaigns. So for example, if you run a social campaign, say for example, Visa is a sponsor of Olympics, right? They want to target any article which talks about Olympics and has an embed of social, social post within the article itself. Then within that article, Visa's ad will show up above and below the social mention. So whatever hashtag or @ is there within the article, Visa or your client's ad will pop up on the top or on the bottom. Smart targeting. So we can target, as I said, IBM Watson is our preferred partner. They work with us for the contextual suite. And then we have also the behavioral targeting based on our RMNs, the third-party data. We work with DMB partners as well. IOTA is one of our preferred partners in India. And CTV also we do. And finally, this one. As I said, a lot of these studies will go to you and Lyxel clients as a free of cost. This is something which we want to have an adoption happening across the board. I do not want just 1 or 2 clients trying out. I want every client to try this out. Get measured by third-party platforms. You do not believe in me. You should not believe in me. Believe all these people who are global, verification partners. This is it, guys. Thank you. That was my introduction of Cargo. Thank you. Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Hello, check. Two on. Hello, hello. 4 check, 4. 4 is
3,
also
3.
working.
2, 2.
Yeah, we'll be continuing the session now through a panel discussion. So I invite, Saurabh and Shreyansh to join us with along with Nabajit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
People who are seated behind, feel free to come ahead. That we have a few seats over here, so it'll be easier for you if you're ahead. So feel free to move ahead.
Sure. So thank you so much, Nabjeet. This was a very insightful presentation. I think a lot of times when we look at programmatic, we all have a certain, doubt in our minds. Is it, how much of it is measurable correctly? So I think thank you for mitigating all of those doubts. And I think once people will start using or at least experience, they will get a very good picture. So because you've taken some effort to talk to the audience about what cargo is. Saurabh, I'd want to begin with you and try and understand what you do. So a lot of Saurabh does some very, for my language, it's very high tech work, But just to simplify it for the people, you've been speaking about open internet, you've been talking about customer data privacy, and then creating that platform. So tell us, in short, what do you do, and then we can try and take it from there.
Sure. So hi everyone. I'm a third-time entrepreneur. Prior to that, I've sold last 2 companies, one to Times Internet and one to a UK-based private equity fund. So we started VerySmart.ai with a vision that how we can democratize the global data intelligence. It means now wherever you go, you find every other organization where a consumer touch point is being present, whether a telecom or a bank or a OTA, e-commerce brand and everything. They all have different set of intelligence about you. So in order to democratize this data intelligence in a privacy compliant manner, we created a blockchain-led infrastructure. This data infrastructure help all the organizations to marry data with each other and remain privacy compliant as per the privacy laws of that particular landscape. And that's where this intelligence can further be used for ad funnels, for risk mitigations, for identifying right set of audience at the internet, and similarly more. So we are solving this problem at a scale, and as we have more than 580 million consumers being connected to this framework, which is creating positive impact at scale. So that's what we have been doing.
So just trying to maybe understand what you've been saying. At one end of the spectrum, there is open internet where you talk about everything which is open for consumers. There are no restrictions. At the other end, there is this entire privacy concern. What you're trying to do is you're bringing together the open internet as well as consumer data privacy, and helping brands now just to try and maybe give us a use case of how does it translate into helping what brands can do with your data. So if a new brand wants to launch, or if there is a brand which is already existing and they would want to use the 580 million consumer data base which you have, what are specific data points which they can use, and how can you help them utilize this 580 million database effectively to scale up their marketing efforts?
Got it. So see, if I have to put a very simple example, what we saw broken in the entire ecosystem is that there's no data standardization across the internet. When I say data standardization, it means when you go out there and ask for a data intelligence, what you get is a taxonomy of likes and interest. This is a broken taxonomy because you're not able to convert it, a consumer to a customer, without knowing whether they can possibly spend in your category or for your brand product itself. And are you the right set of reaching out to the customer who has real pocket to spend for it. So bringing all that intelligence together requires not one organization or two organizations, but a larger ecosystem to work together. But when we talk about the privacy concerns and everything, because these are regulated institutions, they are under the scrutiny or, every other single day for their data safety and data concerns itself. So we thought that what can possibly solve for both the set of organization. One on, we call brands as data consumers, and on the other side, the data contributors. So on one side, they want to monetize their data. The other side, they want to consume this data intelligence so that they can, have a better ad funnels. They can directly target at the mid of the funnel or the bottom of the funnel itself, rather than just limiting to the taxonomy of likes and interests. So we solve this thing while creating a framework. This is more like a technology stack, which allow all of them to remain privacy compliant for their consumer perspective, but at the same time can just go and query this intelligence. Like the way you go to a chat GPT and ask that, hi, I'm looking for an audience who may be the potential buyer for a car and have a salary range of, let's say, 40 to 50 lakh rupees, and I'm selling something premium and XYZ. So you can just query this thing in the form of a Gen AI query. You just put a prompt out there, and it will automatically goes to all the data contributor. They will able to marry the intelligence of multiple of those consumers, which has different touch point at a all these banks, telecoms, and other set of organization itself, and then give you a cohort. And then that cohort can be directly plugged to your ad funnel, which may be your Meta, Google, DV360, and other set of platforms as well, YouTube and more.
Got it. So you're compatible, so I get it right? So for a new brand who's launching premium services, can come to your platform, query, understand how big the audience is, and they could get some specific, this audience segment is based on some very specific signals, right? At the end of it all, it is still the consumer or the data person, their signals are protected, it is still private. So I think that's where you said brands, you said platforms, but it is also at the consumer level. Yes. My data signals are provided, and that is the USP, right? You're getting the consumers, you're getting the brands, as well as you're getting the platforms all together. Yes. And it is very easy to plug it in any format. So I think anybody who wants to understand and get this, understand this in a little more detail, they can reach out to Saurabh, because I sure have a lot of questions for him. With limited time, we'll keep this to a very limited set of questions. Navjeet and Saurabh, I think you come from two different spectrums, but although there is a lot of work which you can do together. So how does what Saurabh is doing with very smart? How does that as an industry or that excite you as a programmatic or as a supply platform?
Fantastic. So programmatic, as I said in my presentation also, has got a lot of issues in India. We are still catching up to the Western markets, right? The US and the other markets. If I talk about numbers itself, in India, 50% AdX goes to digital. Last year, the numbers are still not out because it's still January 17. 50% will come to digital. This year, the prediction is it will be 55 to 60%. So digital will grow like crazy. 10% minimum it will grow year on year. Now, out of which a large portion would be programmatic by default, because people want to reach out to users on the open internet. The users are not just on the e-commerce sites or maybe some other food sites at a certain point in time. So therefore, programmatic becomes all the more important for agencies and clients to crack. Now the issue is, what is happening is that brand safety measurements are gone out of the window. People do not know where the campaigns are running. They'll share a screenshot maybe just as a proof that campaign is running on some good site. But then the long tail of inventory where the campaign is running will really kind of bother you when you see the entire picture. And then finally, measurements by third-party platforms. All the platforms that I've seen and experienced, especially in India, they come and boast about whatever they are doing, right? They must be doing excellently well. But are they globally verified? Are they confident about measurements of their campaigns by globally verified third-party platforms. That is where our big issue is in India, and that needs to be solved. And I think agencies, clients, and platforms have to take it on themselves to solve it so that the programmatic growth happens accordingly as it's happening as of now.
Thank you so much. In today's era, when things are very short-lived, right? I think we see companies coming in, going out in the span of 5 years. You are a 21-year-old organization. I think there is something which I can take away from this is that you bet big and you bet long, right? So, and it's taken you some time to come into India. So that's unfortunate. But now that you're here, what is your vision for, or what are your long-term plans for India? I'm sure that there has been a lot of thought of cargo coming into India which is in a competitive field as such. So what are your long-term plans for India, and what do you think, can clients take away from what your long-term plans are?
I'll talk about the long-term plan of our founder, Mr. Harry Kargman, on whose name Cargo comes. So he is a US-based person, but for him, launching in a country is not an out-and-out global takeover kind of a business. He wants to launch in countries specifically addressing the gap in the country. For example, when he launched in the Australian market, he found that 8 years ago, there was no omni-channel platform. So he launched Cargo as an omni-channel platform there. In India, when Mr. Robert, who is the right-hand man of Mr. Harry, he came to India the entire year last year. He discussed with brands and agencies. He found that programmatic is a big issue in India. Solving for programmatic is the main core of our business in India. So that is the immediate goal in terms of solving the gap in Indian market. And long-term, we want to be the premium ad tech platform that you trust blindly. That is what we are going out and talking to the clients and agencies for. When I speak to your team also, we reassure them that you check us on any benchmark, take us through all the trackers that you want to put, and we'll deliver the best that we can.
Fantastic. I think we've all been speaking about programmatic from when we started working. I think, yes, it is something which is necessary, but there are a lot of gray areas in programmatic. So thank you for trying to solve for these so that brands can trust programmatic and get to a reach of a larger audience. And with Saurabh, your help, they can try and reach out to the right audience. One more thing which you spoke about and you put a lot of emphasis on is the enhanced creative. It looks good, fantastic. We saw some examples, they were very good. How does it really help into, getting the audience's attention? Do you have some numbers? Or at the end of the day, we all are here trying to also solve for the problem of revenue and getting some numbers in the dashboard at the lower funnel. So all of this, how does your creative capabilities help in the entire funnel of getting a user as well as engaging the user as well as trying to drive some kind of revenue from the user?
Got it. I'll answer with a data point first. ANA, which is the Advertising Association, and I do not know what the full form is, it said that in 2024, around $71 billion globally was lost to fraud advertising which was below par. That is a huge number, $71 billion. Now, what Cargo assures you is that the inventory is proper. You do not have to absolutely worry about the inventory. But then, what is in front of the user, the audience, who does not care about the inventory and the back end, right? The data he does not care about. He wants कि मुझे क्या दिख रहा है सामने. If that is something which is really engaging, which is different from the clutter that is always there on our mobile phones, then he or she will be really engaged. That's what we want to make it mainstream in India. It's already mainstream in US, UK, Australia, and Singapore markets. In India, we are trying to ensure that the enhanced creatives come to the rescue of clients and agencies by helping them get triple the engagement that you normally see in your standard banners. If you're launching a car, there's an auto expo happening today, I think, right? A lot of cars will be launched in the next 6 months. What will they do? By default, they will put a banner, 10 lakh ka gaadi hai, front photo of the car would be there, and they'll run a programmatic campaign. After 7 days, when the engagement level drops, what will they do? They'll change the targeting, they'll change the inventory. But then what I suggest is that enhance the creative itself so that the user is captured from the day one. And if he or she is in market for the car, he or she interacts immediately and maybe purchases the car. So that's what we are trying to change in the market, where we are enhancing the creatives to get triple the engagement that your normal standard banners give.
So fair enough. You want to stand out, you come to Cargo. And just to reiterate, I think you're also going to help our clients into making some fantastic creatives.
Free of cost for Lyxel, as I mentioned.
For free. for free. I have also understood that you've taken up or you've tried to address some concerns, right? Concerns about quality, concerns about privacy, concerns about ad fraud. Apart from this, do you still see, when you're speaking to clients one-to-one, do you still see there are some other concerns which, you want to address apart from only the ad fraud? Are there any other challenges or concerns which you see here happening in India, given the entire Indian ecosystem?
In India, digital as a medium is still very performance kind of a heavy, right? For any campaign, at the end of the day, clients will expect some kind of a results. That is one mindset change that has to happen over time, where you are putting dollars on digital, but then there is a dollar being put for brand marketing, but then there should be a dollar being put for performance marketing. That should be slightly different. That is one thing that's a mindset change, which I think agencies will definitely try and help clients with, and clients will also do over time. One thing, another thing that I see is the CTV growth in India. CTV is still not 100% cracked, even by the biggest of the players in the Indian market. Trackability, the targeting that is offered on CTV, verbally, narrative-wise, it looks good, but then when you execute a campaign on CTV, are you contextually targeting users, or is it showing on any inventory or any kind of a show that is being run on CTV? CTV cracking is very paramount to businesses these days, when digital AdX is growing so much, and CTV AdX is growing even double of digital AdX. So CTV needs to be cracked in the next 1 year for sure.
Thank you so much. Saurabh, if I put the same question for you, you are also operating in a very complex environment. You can say that there is this huge set of cohort who is ready to buy cars without divulging the privacy of the users. What are the concerns which you clients face or ask you? What are your biggest questions which people will ask you that, okay, I see this cohort, but how do I believe, or how do I get that validation that it is the correct cohort?
So the most interesting aspect of this entire thing, that we as an organization are having no data traces. So we do not pull any of the data to our environment. Here they can raise the request directly to those data contributors itself. And these are all trusted organizations of the ecosystem. If you would go and raise a request and you are able to pick and choose that, okay, I want to raise my request to, let's say, a bank or to a telecom, or to maybe an e-commerce brand, because I believe my target audience has a leg or a footprint on those particular platforms itself. It's like we are able to fill that particular gap of missing intelligence amongst each other. So telecom would have a certain persona about you. They would measure you on the ARPU, they will measure you on your geographical locations and every other set of thing, where an e-commerce brand would do it differently. Or maybe a bank would do it much differently. So we are able to tell them that, hey, listen out, that you need not worry about the consumer privacy thing anymore, because no data is moving outside your organization, but able to marry that intelligence amongst each other. That is where the key is. So the trust is being built while storing no data and becoming a technology to prove that trust in a trustless environment. Because when you talk about any brand coming to the platform, they will say, hey, what Very Smart brings on table, which maybe any other agency or any other organization would not have. So we would say that we are just a technology enabler for this entire ecosystem itself. So we just lend them the technology. They use this technology to query those intelligence in a real time itself, and then can just directly run those campaigns. It is being ran on their platform, on their ad delivery channels. They have the better visibility, even if they are doing on other set of platforms itself. Second important aspect is that they can be able to see that who becomes the contributor to their intelligence. That is a very kind of a way of creating a network effect in a marketplace model.
Could you just elaborate who becomes a contributor to their effect? It sounds interesting.
So see, as I mentioned, a lot of organization with the depreciation of third-party data cookies, a lot of first-party organization wants to monetize their data. But the challenge they face that in the growing privacy laws and other set of consumer concern, how they can possibly do that. Now you cannot stop them to kind of monetize their data because they have been doing it as their bread and butter for a very, very long time.
Absolutely.
Data is the new oil, everyone knows that. So in those particular landscape, we cannot stop them. We rather enable them that how they can solve for both aspect of the thing. Consumer, the brand, and as well as for themselves. We then provided them this technology layer where they're monetizing their data, and we call them as data contributors. And then the brands which wants to use this particular intelligence for, kind of optimizing any of their ad funnels. And at the same time, the consumer who can always choose to opt out from this entire ecosystem. So there's an application where a consumer would go and would say, hey, I do not want to see a real estate ad. I do not want to buy a sneaker, which you keep showing me on the other day on internet. So
absolutely, I don't want loans anymore, but I still see those on a daily basis.
You can opt out on categories. You can opt out on specific areas which you really do not want to touch point. So this is all being made possible with a decentralized infrastructure or blockchain-led infrastructure, because no data is moving to each other, and they are still connected on a network layer for intelligence.
Amazing. I think whatever I have understood is that while you are trying to bring everybody together, but without, maybe infringing on anybody's privacy, you're also helping data contributors to earn more money. You're helping brands to get more specific and much more targeted, obviously with Cargo's help as well, to try and reach out to the users. As well as you're also at the other end of the spectrum, as a consumer at some point of time, you're also trying to help me provide my data privacy by not divulging information, and as well as giving me the opportunity to move out of the entire ecosystem if I want to. Yes. So fantastic. Lastly, I think a lot of times we always have, we all love to predict India World Cup jeetega, what is going to happen. Now what is going to happen with Trump coming up as the president, I think it's a concern which we already have. But I think we leave the Ukraine war will end or not. But we leave the larger concerns for later, maybe over drinks tonight. What are your predictions for 2025? If you have to look at top 2 or top 3 predictions of 2025, we, as an organization, we've been putting together a lot of effort to try and figure out there is hyper-personalization, there is online to offline, there is, going back to retail. But, any of these, how is Cargo going to be contributing to help brands scale their business or scale their revenue?
I'll start off again with data. Love data. As a market, as an overall market, I predict that in 2025, we'll breach the 1,20,000 crore mark for the first time in India in terms of advertising. I'm not talking about digital, but overall. I also predict that out of that, around 70,000 crore rupees would be from digital. And within that, of course, programmatic would always be amongst the top. In terms of channels or media channels, which will drive a lot of revenues, because video is always growing. Ever since the pandemic, video has grown double-digit, even much more than the digital AdX itself. Therefore, video will continue to grow in 2025 as well. That's an easy prediction. CTV, as I said, firstly, but we have to figure out the targeting on CTV. That is a big issue, and I'm sure a lot of platforms are attending today will also try and solve for that. That is another prediction. Where does Cargo come into the picture? We come into the picture in terms of reassuring our brands and clients that all your campaigns are measurable, are running on proper inventory. You want to vet us, you want to check us, you can do that. And secondly, we want to assure you that your creatives would look the best that has ever looked. That is something which we are, as of now, offering as free, as I said, to Lyxel clients and whoever is attending. But eventually, over the period of time, we believe that this enhanced creativity on creatives would take the industry by storm, and it will not remain just one try karke dekhte hain, moment for the marketeers.
Thank you so much. But I think your first prediction, which you said earlier in the day, that 55 to 60% of AdX will be not digital, I think that is what stayed in my mind, and that's what is helping us get up every day and come back and here and help clients reach out. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the larger prediction. And that's important because this 55 to 60% with Cargo as well as with Very Smart can be more efficient. You're not losing money. $72 billion, as you said, is in ad fraud, and that is what is known, is a huge number by itself. So what we can try and do is, whatever money we are trying to spend as brands or as agencies, we are helping orchestrate this spend for brands, can be much more efficient. And I think the numbers which you mentioned are good enough for us to believe and trust. Saurabh, your predictions for 2025?
So, as the consumer span is reduced, or attention span is reducing across the existing channels, so I believe in 2025 we'll see a lot more new ad channels getting created. When I say ad delivery channels will get created.
Sure.
And we have seen how in less than a year, Zepto has made more than 1,000 crores on ads. So there's more channels will come into the picture. Second, I believe a lot of brands have started realizing that what is a missing piece in terms of knowing their customer better, in terms of behavioral and other set of aspects. So I believe data CPM would become the new norms for 2025.
That's interesting. That's a new term.
Yeah, so far we have been all talking about the ad delivery CPMs and other set of things, but I believe data CPM would become the new norms, because this is something which we have been noticing from almost all large agencies as well as the brands as well, who started realizing the value and the standardization of the data thing itself. Third important aspect is that people will become more sensitive about their privacy. So reaching out with a promise to your consumers as a brand that, hey, I'm going to protect your privacy. I'm going to protect your data as a data custodian. This will become the newest norm, because I think that is one of the biggest reason why on 31st of December we launched the DPDP first implementable draft, just because of the fact that this year it's all going to be around data privacy itself.
Amazing. I think what I understood is that this market has been on steroids, right? I think digital, and it is going to grow. But as you grow, there is a lot more responsibility which needs to be added, and responsibility in terms of how much money is being just wasted. Are you getting the bang for the buck? And that's where cargo comes in. And I think from a consumer point of view, is the consumer data protected at the end of the day? Because we all have living in an environment where we're uncertain. We are going to use everything, but we are still uncertain on how much data are we sharing. I don't want to take a lot of your time. I want you to go out there and then speak to brands and maybe try and help them with their concerns. Anybody, if they have any questions for Saurabh or for Navjeet, please ask. Otherwise, I'll let them, take their time and meet clients on one-to-one. Fair. I think the stage is open for you guys. All the very best for your entry into India. It's a little belated though, but I think wish you all the very best, and hope you find some good clients and case studies here to show in the next year when we catch up in the next AOP plan. And Saurabh, all the very best to you. I think you're doing a very good job from helping people to at least protect their privacy. It's a very, very important job for somebody to take it up. So thank you so much, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Saurabh.
Thank you everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So before I get into the details of the next session, we'll have a quick trivia. Okay, so the first question on the trivia is, which was the first computer to beat a human at chess? Any guesses? No. It's a very big software company. We all know it. Yes, that's right. It's IBM. IBM's Deep Blue was the computer that was the first one to beat a human at chess. The second question we have at the trivia is, which AI-powered robot was the first one to receive citizenship from a country, and then which country was it? Sorry? Sophie. Yeah, Sophie is the name of the robot. And any idea which country it was? No. Yes, Saudi. Someone said Saudi? Yeah, it was Saudi Arabia. There's a reason that all these questions that I asked were related to AI, because the next session that we'll be having is on AI in marketing. The next session at Elevate, co-powered by PrismX and Cargo, is the last session before we break out for lunch. And, sorry? Yeah. If you thought this first half of Elevate has been thoughtful, if it has been exciting, it has been insightful, then spoiler alert, the second half is only going to get better with sessions with Way2 News, Shopify, Spotify, Flipkart, and more. And lastly, about the session, so we'll begin in another 10 minutes. The AI session will be happening in this area. It'll be a quick 15-minute session on AI and marketing. Parallelly, we are also having a 30-minute session in area 2, which is behind, which is with MyGate. Thank you.
Are you tired of waking up with aches and pains from your memory foam mattress? Introducing the Sleepwell Pro Nexa mattress. Pro Nexa delivers 32% higher pressure relief. Plus, it conforms 67% better to your body. Our patented technology keeps your cool cool, dissipating heat 27% faster than traditional memory foam. It's time to forget about memory foam. Upgrade to Pro Nexa now.
guys.
Hello, hello. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys? How is everyone taking these sessions? How is it going? Great, great. Lovely and happy to have all of you here. It gives me immense pleasure as an organization to call all of you all for Elevate 2025. Of course, what we've seen in the past Elevates and what you're seeing and now is the most important buzzword that's there in everyone's mind. And what is that? AI. Yes. Yes, what is AI? Why is everyone so stuck on AI? Why does AI pose a huge kind of a challenge and also an opportunity for us in the coming years? I think that's what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss why AI is also becoming some kind of a person which people feel are going to take their jobs off, right? There is also a huge, market understanding of how AI is going to reduce workforce and create an opportunity for AI to completely take over. While my friends, let me tell you one thing. AI will never take over. AI needs humans as much as humans need AI. That is the truth of it. You cannot have a machine work for you without you talking to it. You need the human intelligence, you need the human mind and the human brain cell to operate AI. But what is AI good at? AI is good at doing tasks with speed, accuracy, and when there is a certain amount of scalability that's needed for AI. AI is good when it comes to learning languages and talking to multiple people. AI helps when it comes to making sure that you're sending a consistent message beat across your call centers, across your customer care touch points to consumers. So AI is able to do all of that. At LNF, this is how we look at AI, right? I'll play the small animation to you here, okay? This is our logo. I'm sure you guys know the logo. What we say is AI is not going to replace your left brain or right brain ever. AI is going to be the third part of your brain which you've never realized, which you never discovered existed. So that is what we want to say. We want to say that with AI, tap into the third part of the brain which is going to do tasks at a certain speed, at a certain accuracy, and a certain scalability. So that's where we feel that AI will help to create differentiation between how good companies versus best companies function. So it is important that AI starts becoming part of our, everyday, day-to-day work. In fact, the word that is being used is, finally humans have a chance to become superhuman with AI, right? If humans have that potential and if they're able to tap into AI, I'm telling you, you're a superhuman because you'll be able to do so many tasks at a very faster, quicker pace. So I hope this was something that was comprehensive, made you understand and how we as an agency look at AI. My name is Yash. I'm the creative director at Lyxel&Flamingo, the chief creative officer here. And this is a presentation that my team has put together. It basically comprises of how we as an agency are looking at AI, what are the different kind of challenges that AI poses and how are we solutioning these challenges. So if you see, there is content creation and optimization. As you see, there's content creation and optimization, which is, the most fundamental and important thing that AI has started taking over in a lot of ways, like creative processes, copywriting, writing tons and tons of media copies. How is AI able to do it? The second thing is voice bots and customer support, where you have a workforce of 400 people who are on a call center every day, can you reduce it to a 50% call center with certain capabilities and instructions to AI so that it can make these calls at a faster pace? So I have one of my members who will come and explain that to you. Then we also look at AI for e-commerce insights. So we have built in a proprietary tool in-house that we'll further talk about. And come 2025, we are looking at the third launch of it, the next rollout, which is AI rollouts. So we'll talk about that. Then finally, we'll walk you through a little bit of how creativity has helped AI, how we as an agency have been able to kind of take AI to the next level. So I'll quickly hand the mic over to one of my colleagues, Rahul.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hi. Sure, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you guys are having a good day. So I am Rahul. I am co-founder at Imagive AI. So essentially, the way Yash told us that the larger landscape of AI and its application, I would like to deep dive into the application of AI into paid ads. When we talk about paid ads, it's more or less today creative strategy. So the levers and pullers are going away from the platform, as we can see in Advantage Plus and PMAX campaign. So So as we know, the attention span time of a human on internet is going down. It's close to 3 to 4 seconds. Hence, we need creative strategy to take into picture. And how exactly AI can help in creative strategy? It can get you a lot of frameworks, copywriting, and hooks and angles, which can be taken into consideration. This is the tool that we have built in-house, and it is our own LLM-driven. It has almost 3,000 plus copies input as a learning. It will generate copies for you, and I'll walk you through the platform as well, like the first level information that we have right now. The product is in WIP, but still we have gathered a lot of information around the product, and we have started using it in-house as well. So here we are trying to stress upon where exactly Imagive AI can help you in terms of your brand creative strategy. So when it comes to brand consistency, once you give information, it will save that information for your brand. It will ensure that all the copies that you're getting from output as an output from this tool are well aligned with your brand tonality and consistency. Then talking about the effortless creativity. For your internal team or maybe an agency, it might take at least 2 days to generate a creative or iterations or come up with their idea. With the help of Imagive AI, you'll be able to do that in maybe half an hour or 15 minutes, and you can just share it with the extended team and they can start making changes. So we are not saying that we are going to replace creative designers or copywriters, but Imagive you can use as a supplement to your creative strategy. We are, within Imagive, you'll get 25 different writing framework. The framework will help you get different copies every time. Then soon it is going to get connected with your Facebook and Google Ads platform. It will take learning of all the campaigns that are there. It will send back you notification which campaign is performing well, which kind of communication is working for you, and it will start working on replicating what is working for you. So basically it will start doubling down on what is working for your brand, keeping in mind the brand tonality. Then it also has a self-guided, self-learning AI agent. What essentially it does is it will crawl the internet and try and capture your competition. It will take all the ad copies, image content, their website, their reviews on Amazon, and it will try and replicate it for your brand as well so that you can also play around that kind of information from your competitor. So you do not have to juggle around and try to find these kind of information on the internet. Basically, you'll come to Imagive AI, you'll give input, you'll give your brand as an input, and at output, you'll get multiple competitors as well, which you might not be even knowing about. Then we have maximize efficiency and minimize cost. That obviously is quite obvious that with these kind of AIs and these kind of AI agents coming into picture, you do not have to expand your team like in 10 to 15 people. It can do the task of at least 5 people in half an hour. So this is a glimpse of backend would look like. You'll register your brand on Imagive. You'll come here, once the brand is registered, it will take into consideration all the information your brand is talking about, your website, meta tags, brand tonality, archetype, everything. Then it will start, as soon as you'll come on the platform, you'll just have to give information about product. For example, if you have 50 products in your website and you want to create copies separately for all of them, you'll just have to come here, give the product name, about product information, the USP of the product, additional information, differentiator if you want to give, and it will start generating your copies. So after that, we are also emphasizing on audience persona. So once you give an audience persona for specific, for example, if I take an example of Sleepwell, they have multiple audience personas. Some are for couple with a kid, some are for couple, some are for someone who is having some back issues. So for all of them, it can save your audience persona as well. Scarcity, because sometimes, you know, what happens, when we go into analysis paralysis while writing ad copies, it will help you to add scarcity as well so that you do not run out of ideas. Then basis your funnel, it will differentiate multiple copies. Then CTA can also be identified here. So more or less, we have this tool available for all the platforms out there. It can write copies for your Amazon listing. It can write copies for your Facebook ads. It can write copies for your Google ads. It can also write copies for your script, UGC script. So it will, what essentially it will do after 3 months, it will basically crawl your competitors' UGC content, take out the transcript and try and create a similar looking script for you, your brand as well. Yeah, that is it on Imagive. I'll hand over to Shivam. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Rahul, for talking about Imagive in such detail. Hi, everyone. My name is Shivam Singh. I am one of the partners here at Lyxel. And I oversee the development of Weaver, which is a tool we have built in close partnership with Lyxel again. So talking about Weaver, I'm going to talk. So we have a separate session on Weaver in the evening. So I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I would just like to talk about, what are the different AI-driven features that we have in Weaver, what we have in the pipeline, and what the future looks for us. So Weaver has two components, Weaver Sense and Weaver Slate. Weaver Sense will pull data like product reviews, price, offers, your buy box, your product listing hygiene from different e-commerce platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, etc. And we have Weaver Slate, which will pull your campaign level data from different advertising channels like Google Ads, Meta, all in one place. So in terms of AI-driven features, the first feature that we have is, talking about customer reviews. We can build customer sentiments in one place. So this basically enables you to target different keywords in your reviews and see what is the overall tonality for that review and compare it with your competitors. So you will get insights like, the customer is happy about this feature, but he is not satisfied with this feature, and you can then compare it with your competitors and see how are they selling their product to the customers. Review summary using AI. Now this feature is already on Amazon, but on Weaver what we do is that we have our own model that generates those review summaries, and you can view all those summaries in one place, and you can even pull it for your competitors for different platforms. So you can just compare that, okay, at an overall view, what is the customer saying about my product versus my competitor on different platforms like Amazon or Flipkart. Okay, so this is a part of Weaver Slate. So generally, if you want to look at your campaign performance, you would have to go to different platforms like log into Google Ads, go to Meta, go to Amazon. We have our own chatbot that will answer those questions for you. So it's very easy to get your campaign performance metrics that, okay, what was my sales for the last 7 days on Amazon? You just have to type a prompt, and Weaver will give that answer for you. Yeah, now talking about our future initiatives, what we have in plan for 2025, we are building predictive analytics where, depending on your past performance, Weaver would be able to predict what your future look like, if how your next month is going to look like in terms of different KPIs like sales, ROS, etc., whatever you are targeting. And we are also adding emotion detection to sentiment analysis. So that way you can just label your reviews that, okay, if I talk about those reviews where the customer is not happy, or the customer is angry, or the customer is not satisfied, so you can just target your customer satisfaction at an emotion level. Next is dynamic pricing optimization, where we already capture price points for your products and your competitors on Weaver. But using dynamic pricing, Weaver would be able to suggest how to price your products, what offers to run, depending on what your competitors are doing. Because as I understand, it's a bit of a manual process right now. And the last is AI campaign optimization, which is work in progress, where Weaver will again help you to optimize your campaigns, scale your campaigns, again on different platforms, on Google Ads, Amazon, etc., just by training itself on the past data. So again, thank you for listening. We do have a separate session on Weaver in the evening, so please feel free to join and we can take you through the tool in much detail. So now over to Abhishek. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Shivam, for your brief discussion about the Weaver. Now we have discussed about the creativity part, the creativity part, the reporting part, analytics part. So hi, this is Abhishek Bhardwaj. I am co-founder at Imagive.ai. Now we'll talk about VoiceBot. So what is happening on a VoiceBot? So so after this heavily spending and everything about So what is happening after heavily spending on their ads, campaigns, and everything? The main pain point the brand face is after the customer acquisition in the retention part. Okay, so what happens in this area? So brands are heavily investing in their customer support, setting up their entire customer support team in vernacular language and everything. So they are facing the multiple challenges. Okay, the scalability part, the consistency part, team training, and then the personalized ad experience in vernacular language. So for I have a personal experience where we worked with Meta and we were Meta MMP partner, and we have given consultancy to more than 3,000 to 4,000 brands in a year or something. So what happens that duration? So there were couple of brands we were present in the southern market, and we don't have that tech support or that language support from northern side. So we had to hire people who understand that language, who also have the meta supports and meta understanding and everything. So eventually what happens, if we invested X money over there, our output from there was X minus 5. Okay, so it's a loss-making thing for us. So here the VoiceBot comes in place that solve the overall problem. So with VoiceBot, what is happening? So VoiceBot is basically gather all the data that in the analytics, in the reporting part, and there with everything, and based on your previous call recordings and everything, and gather all the information. Now this information with LLM and the NLP, which is a natural language processing, we can set up a voice bot for a brand. And what happens with this voice bot? That voice bot can discuss with a customer that helps in product education. You can talk to any language in Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, or Marathi, even any language. You can train your voice bot in any of the language. It's that can be with support of this AI tools and everything, because it's working as an agent, AI agent that talks with multiple AI tool and gather all the information in one piece. So that is there. So what I'll do, I'll just present you a sample, basically, which is where a tier 2 vendor is talking to a voice bot and is explaining what exactly he is facing in troubleshooting the device. And the voice bot is helping that customer, so how to resolve that problem. So just, I'll just,
Hello, welcome to PhonePe. I am John, your customer support agent. May I know who I am speaking with?
हम राजू बोल रहे हैं.
Hello, Rajiv. How can I assist you today?
मेरा स्पीकर नहीं चल रहा है.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rajiv. Are you having trouble with payment notifications on your speaker?
हाँ, लेकिन हमको इंग्लिश नहीं समझ में आ रहा, आप हिंदी में बात कीजिए मेरे से.
Got it, Rajiv. Let's start by checking if the issue is with all payment notifications or just a few. Can you confirm that for me?
हिंदी में बात. हम राजू बोल रहे हैं.
Hello, Rajiv. How can I assist you today?
मेरा स्पीकर नहीं चल रहा है.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rajiv. Are you having trouble with payment notifications on your speaker?
हाँ, लेकिन हमको इंग्लिश नहीं समझ में आ रहा, आप हिंदी में बात कीजिए मेरे से.
Got it, Rajiv. Let's start by checking if the issue is with all payment notifications. Hello, welcome to PhonePe. I am John, your customer support agent. May I know who I am speaking with?
हम राजू बोल रहे हैं.
Hello, Rajiv. How can I assist you today?
मेरा स्पीकर नहीं चल रहा है.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rajiv. Are you having trouble with payment notifications on your speaker?
हाँ, लेकिन हमको इंग्लिश नहीं समझ में आ रहा, आप हिंदी में बात कीजिए मेरे से.
Got it, Rajiv. Let's start by checking if the issue is with all payment notifications or just a few. Can you confirm that for me?
हिंदी में बात कीजिए पहले, आप इंग्लिश में बात कर रहे हैं, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा.
मुझे खेद है, राजीव. क्या आप मुझे बता सकते हैं कि समस्या सभी पेमेंट नोटिफिकेशंस में है या सिर्फ कुछ में?
नहीं, इतना शुद्ध हिंदी मत बोलिए, इंग्लिश में बात कीजिए, हिंदी इंग्लिश मिक्स करके.
समझ गया, राजीव. क्या आप मुझे बता सकते हैं कि ये प्रॉब्लम सभी पेमेंट नोटिफिकेशंस में है या सिर्फ कुछ में?
नहीं, सिर्फ कुछ में ही आ रहा है, सब में तो नहीं आ रहा है.
ठीक है, राजीव. सबसे पहले यह सुनिश्चित करें कि आपका स्पीकर कनेक्टेड और ऑन है. क्या आप स्पीकर पर रिप्ले बटन दबाकर चेक कर सकते हैं कि आवाज आ रही है या नहीं?
एक मिनट रुक जाइए, देखते हैं.
बिल्कुल राजीव, मैं इंतजार कर रहा हूँ.
हाँ, आवाज तो आ रही है, देख रहे हैं.
समझ गया, राजीव. अगर आपको आवाज सुनाई दी तो स्पीकर हार्डवेयर ठीक है. अब कृपया स्पीकर से सिम कार्ड निकालें, उसे साफ करें और फिर से डालें. उसके बाद स्पीकर को 30 मिनट तक चार्ज करें और फिर से चालू करें.
सिम कार्ड कहाँ पे रहता है स्पीकर?
So basically what is happening, a vendor is basically talking to a voice bot. First of all, what is happening? So he's asking the voice bot is communicating in English language. Okay. So he's asking he don't understand the English language. Can you please talk to me in a Hindi? So that voice bot started in a seamless experience. The voice bot started conversation in a Hindi language. So that vendor again asked, no, itna Hindi bhi nahi chalega. Now I don't want to I want to speak in a English language. Then voice bot just switched to English language, where he's having the conversation with the vendor and solving his problem. So that's how the voice bot comes in place. That solves the overall problem of brands in a scalability, in personalized and everything. So that's it from the voice bot. Now over to Yash, who will be take you through the entire connectivity and creativity in AI. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Abhishek. So, my dear friends, I think what we kind of realized is how AI is going to play an active role, right from content to e-commerce to voice to chatbot. And another exciting part of this journey for me, actually personally as a creative director, is how AI is also helping the creative realm of things, and where is creativity headed as far as AI is concerned. And
hello, welcome to PhonePe. I am John, your customer.
What I'll here like to do is just kind of talk about some of the things where we use AI for creatives. But the only thing that I like to tell you is, like my first conversation, is there is going to be a left brain and right brain, and the third brain is AI. So like I said, every time we've gone to AI for a creative solution, we've never really had the answer. The answer came when we knew what the problem was, right? So it is important that as creative folks and as people who look at us from the outside, AI will always thrive if there is a sharp creative mind at the other end. So a lot of the work that we have done over the last 2-3 months, or say over the last year, I'll just walk you through them and kind of take you through some of the work very quickly. This is a campaign video we did for Midea. Midea is is an air conditioner brand, and there was a video that the client wanted to do for Diwali. The entire video is done through AI. Let me take you through it once. So there was, obviously there was a proper script here in place, and there was a scenario, there was a setting. So we were able to use AI's help to create something like this. Take you to the next one. This is done for something more topical, right? So this we did for headache. So this was not a photo shoot. This was an actual AI render of someone's house, and again, you know, if you see silence in life is not the same as silence in our product. So, you know, the message still had to be churned out by the creative team. But yes, execution is something that we are saying that AI is able to do. This is the earlier days of AI when we were able to stick to only image generations. This is something we did for Hindware, for Diwali.
मामा जी का गाना होगा, ताऊ जी की कहानी, चाची जी का हंसना भी होगा और छोटे बिट्टू का। जब खुशियों की आवाज थोड़ी ज्यादा हो और बाकी तमाम आवाजें मैक्स साइलेंट, तब त्योहार थोड़ा त्योहार। This Diwali, the only sound you should hear is the sounds of celebration.
Yeah, we were able to look at AI for creating happy families in Diwali, and I think that kind of worked. And then we were able to marry it with a powerful script. Yeah, this for another occasion. Actually, this was one interesting project with AI. I felt that, you know, the creative boundaries are pushed a little bit. IndiaGate wanted to kind of do a video for Republic Day. You know, Republic Day, famously, there is a Republic Day float that goes around in IndiaGate, right? So what we did with AI was, how do we customize to every state, if every state had their own float? I mean, imagine this had to be produced and shot versus this being actually coming to life, I think is a creative person's dream. This is something we did recently for Saregama, where Saregama was doing a sound video for South Devotional. So we wanted to get into the life of Lord Krishna and show how Lord Krishna would have lived his life, right? Obviously, you know, we had to look at all the scenarios through AI, where, you know, small animations of Lord Krishna's life were able to render and capture through AI. I mean, some of these, you know, I mean, actually the prompt to AI was it should look like heaven, right? And obviously AI was able to kind of, you know, make something work. But yeah, some of these which we had done recently for Saregama South Devotional, where we created everything from scratch through AI. Yeah. So this is all, my friends. There's a lot more to show, but you guys could kind of catch us on a fireside chat later or a conversation later. But thanks a lot for being part of this session. I hope you all enjoyed it. Over to you for any questions.
So If you don't have any questions, then I would like to inform you guys that we're going to break for lunch. Hope you guys had a fruitful session. And the next half, we've got a session from Google and also another panel discussion. So yeah, thank you for being a patient audience. And yeah, lunch is open. Thanks.
hello, hello, hello.
Check, check. afternoon, everyone. So we'll be beginning with the next session, which is by Way to News shortly. And
Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope you all had lunch and it was good. Any thoughts on the food? Great. So our next session is with Way to News. We have Rajnandan Pundir, the region head of North and East of Way to News. So over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Hope I'm audible at the back also. I'll start by thanking Lyxel for organizing this event. We are excited to be a part of it. It gives us an opportunity to have interaction with industry leaders. So thank you so much, Team Lyxel. Thank you so much. We have a small AV, and then we can start with the presentation. Yes. So my topic is importance of regional marketing. So I'll cover that, and then I'll take you through our deck, what we do, how are we doing it, and why are we doing it. So I'm sure you all will agree with me that India, it is crucial to have a regional marketing in a country like India, wherein our culture is so diverse, and we have linguistic and demographic diversity. So with 28 states, approx 22 official languages, and more than hundreds of dialect, consumer behavior, tradition, culture, buying pattern changes across region. So it is very important for a brand to realize that one solution fit for everybody often fail to resonate with the local audience. So what are we trying to say here is that whenever you are planning to have your marketing strategy, make strategy customized for region-wise so that you can use cultural references, you can have a targeted regional reach, you can have local content. By doing so, brand will be able to gain trust with the local audience, and build credibility. So where are we placed in the overall scheme of things? I'll take you through that as well. We are a vernacular short news app. The company is based out of Hyderabad. We are there in 8 languages, all 4 languages from South, starting from Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, Malayalam, and followed by Hindi, Gujarati, Marathi, and Bengali. But we are predominantly a South-heavy platform. We are the distinct leader in AP, Telangana, and Tamil market. These are the market we started with. The company is operational since 2015, and it's been around 3 years that we have started to monetizing our inventory and offering a solution to the brands. Our product is good. We have sorted everything at the product level. We are currently highest rated news app on Google Play Store with a rating of 4.8 out of 5. So if you understand, a lot of parameters goes behind in order to achieve this kind of a rating. There are other players also in the similar space. How we are different? We are not an aggregator. We work as a proper independent media house. We have our own reporters, journalists in the market. They report news back to our head office, which is in Hyderabad. Then we check the authenticity and the relevance of news so that we are able to provide credible content to our user base. In this process also, there are 6-7 parameters that we usually take place. We do take help of a lot of AI tool as well so that any fake news is not there on our app. Especially in Telugu region, what we have done, all the news article that we have onto app, we have placed an alphanumeric code against all the articles. So if anybody finds that this news is fake or not, they can go to our app, they can enter that alphanumeric code, and they can check that it is from Way to News or not. So we are that credible. We take a lot of responsibility when it comes to our content. And this is how we wanted to build our product. By doing so, we have become a go-to platform for users seeking real-time updates from politics, sports, entertainment, and local stories that matter the most. These are numbers. Currently, we are having more than 27 million monthly active users. This is pan-India. And more than 15 million daily active users. So ratio that you would see is more than 50% of our audience comes onto app on a daily basis. They check our app and they spend time onto the app. When it comes to time spent, the per user time spent per day is about 28 minutes, which is quite high as per industry standards. I have a reasoning for that as well. Mostly user comes onto app to read news, which is there like 80-90% of the time. But we have other content stream as well. Like we have something called a magazine, digital magazine. So every day we take one topic. We have a 7-day schedule. So topics like health, career, technology, finance, women. We take one topic and the flow of the magazine is such that we take one problem, we talk about it, and towards the end we give the solution also. So that content piece is also there within the app. And then since we work as an independent media house, we conduct a lot of interviews with celebrity, politician. We have something called podcast as well. So all these content streams there within the app. So user comes to app. In the morning, they consume news article. During the afternoon, they'll come onto app. They'll read magazine. They'll consume video content. So a lot of content stream, hence 28 minutes. Yeah, so this is year-on-year growth. As I mentioned, the company is operational since 2015. And it's been the 3 years that we have started monetizing our inventory. So for initially what we wanted to do, we wanted to build our base first, then hit the market. I joined this company in 2022. That time we were at 7 million as a DAU and 12.5 million monthly active user. Currently, we are on a growth trajectory with 15 million daily active user and 27 million monthly active user. And so we have built this app organically. Of course, there are a lot of marketing also that is happening at the back of it. But this app does not comes with any with handset, pre-installed with handset. So organically we have developed, we have created, hence the engagement. Right. So in my previous slide, as I mentioned, that we are predominantly a South-heavy platform. But in South also, Telugu remains our P1 market. We are very strong there. This was the first market that we enter into, and then we established this market. And we compare ourselves with not only with digital platforms, but with print platform as well, because we consider ourselves to be an extension of, say, print, because we understand, the readership is going down and there is an opportunity for platforms like us. So we have compared ourselves with, leading player in Telugu market, number one, number two, and with digital player also, English news aggregator and Hindi news aggregator. So you could see that, put together everything in terms of digital, they are not even half of our numbers. So, yeah. Similarly, for Tamil market, we are catching up. We are pretty big in Tamil market also when it comes to comparison with digital platforms. We are very big there. This is geographical audience. So 25% from tier 1, 40% from tier 2, 35% from tier 3. So we have deep penetration across. Some of the case studies. So it's been a great journey with Way2 News, and brands across all categories are now advertising on our platform, be it from automobile, mobile handset, BFSI, consumer durables, and they've been repeatedly advertising on our platform. These are some of the recent case study. We onboarded MG Motor for the very first time for MG Windsor launch. They've got very good performance from our platform. And you look at the number of CTR, we usually commit 0.8 to 1%, but it is always more than 1%. So is the case with Havels, Naira, Josa Lucas. These are the roadblocks. So there are two ways that you could buy inventory on our platform. One is that you can buy on a CPM bias, like you give us, say, a duration and you would buy a certain impression. We will place your ads on ROS basis. But you could also take a roadblock wherein we'll give you one fixed position for 24 hours, wherein each and every user, irrespective how many times they are coming onto our app, they'll get to see your ad on that particular fixed position. Maybe you could say that you want to have your ad on second flip. So irrespective of how many times I visit this app, I'll get to see your ad on that particular position. So these are some of the recent roadblocks that we have done. You can have a look at the number of impressions that we deliver basis on various placement, 35 million, 12 million, 25 million, 27 million, and CTR is always more than 2%. This is another interesting ad unit we have. This is pretty much in sync with the nature of our app, which is a short format content. In this, what we do, so if there's anything specific that you would want us to highlight, like you can give us 2-3 points to talk about your product, offering any discount, anything, then my team will create a content piece in 60 words with a headline. You just have to give us a static image, and we'll have it into the app. It looks like an organic piece from the app, hence the better engagement. So somebody who clicks from our interstitial, they have seen your ad, your brand ambassador, and then the chances of high CTR is there for interstitial. But when it comes to content promoted story, the clicks that we deliver from this are high quality clicks because as a user, I have understood what you're trying to say. I have read your communication. I know that there's something that you're trying to sell, and then I click on it. So someone who clicks through this ad unit, they are very well informed user. They are interested. So chances of conversion are really high. CTR that we deliver on this ad unit is, of course, in this range, 1.5, 1%, 1.87. Most of the campaigns that we run are a mix of interstitial and the promoted content because through interstitial, your expectation of CTR is taken care of, and through promoted content, the expectation of some sort of performance is also taken care of. So these two ad units in tandem works really well. These are some of the video ads. We have vertical video with brand background, and things like that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Moving on, so before the next session, we'll again be taking a 10-minute break, but I have some trivia questions again for you. So yeah, the first question is, which animal-themed Google update recently was designed to reduce the visibility of low quality or thin content on Google? I can give some options. The first one is penguin. It's the name of the update. The second option is panda. The third option is hummingbird. And the fourth option is cheetah. Yeah, that's right. It's panda. The next question is, yeah, what's the average word count? This is, you can make your best guess. What's the average word count for a top ranking blog post on Google? 500 words, 1,000 words, 1,500 or 2,000? Sorry, anyone? It's 2,000. But good guess. Yeah. So those were the trivia questions. Stay tuned. We'll move to the next session in about 10 minutes. The next session is on Google O2O, which is offline to online, which is about how your business can make an impact to drive footfalls offline. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi everyone. So I hope, so can you guess what your store's next superpower is going to be? Let's hear it from Manu Bhagat, the strategic agency manager at Google. He'll be telling us more about driving offline store visits with online strategies, SEO and YouTube.
Hi everyone, my name is Manu. I'm a strategic agency manager at Google. You guys can hear me at the back well? Yeah? You can't hear me? Yeah? Is this better now? Yeah, okay, awesome. You know, it's great. This is my third time at the Elevate stage, and I think I was just hearing it's been growing every year. So congratulations to the Lyxel team for doing so well and kind of the engagement you've been building. So look forward to today's discussion with all of you. You know, I thought we have about half an hour, and I wanted to cover three things. Three is the theme for today. We're not kind of covering too many things. Three aspects we felt that when as brands you want to look through for the next year in terms of what should be your priorities, what should you look on Google platforms, you know, what do we want to leave you with? And we thought three things. You know, these are not holistic, but these were three top of mind for me. And these were priorities we thought, which is fundamentally changing the way marketers and brands and consumers are interacting. And hence we thought this was important to kind of look through. But of course, there are things beyond. But in the context of today's session, and of course in 30 minutes, let's kind of concentrate on these three. Okay, so we thought YouTube Shorts, you know, we've highlighted this before, but then this continues to evolve. Our creatives, the way this has been engaging has been evolving. Similarly, on the connected TV side, and then of course, on the Omni side, which is both online and offline experiences. You know, let's start with Shorts first. So I'm sure many of you are aware, but Shorts, for example, from our perspective, the Shorts is a way which is a new way in the way YouTube has been able to, an optimized feed, wherein we are able to build in these 3 minutes, short form, vertical size, mobile optimized videos. Now, it's changing the way the content is discovered, watched, and created. And that's why we felt that this is important from brands and from consumers' perspective. You know, let's say how it's the way the content is now being discovered is that creators, for example, are using short videos to introduce their long-form contacts. For brands, this is an easier, more efficient way for you to reach to multiple audiences because it's a more CPM-optimized platform. From a watching perspective, it's a more leaned in, it's a more engaged. You know, you volunteer to watch it, you volunteer to swipe up and down. So it's a more engaged format is what we kind of see through. And then, of course, creation, it has changed on the creation side, both from a user and a brand perspective. And I feel creation is a more important aspect because the creation changes how you build your creatives and really introduce your brands and tell the story. And from a creator perspective, it's made creation much more easier. The barrier for getting into becoming a creator has gone down. Okay, so, and this is the way we believe creator, which is the creator ecosystem, which is a very core part of YouTube ecosystem, has been adopting this. I mentioned that about 65% of YouTube users are now using both short form and long form within the same week. So there's a high engagement in terms of the story we are telling and how users are interacting across both of them. Importantly, Shorts is filling in the times that the long form content kind of missed out on. So during the days, you know, at times we use short form content is basically where we kind of filling it up via the Shorts. And importantly, both on Shorts and connected TV, we are seeing the views kind of getting doubled over the past year. And in India specifically, this is the Shorts we see to be the most, the biggest in terms of the short form video coming on YouTube. And that's why we see an engagement. But even at a size and scale of YouTube, there is a tremendous growth that we are continuing to see. 120% growth on views and 20% growth on logged in viewers across the past year. And I mentioned this before, creators are using this to introduce their long-form content. And which means important for you as well, because this becomes similarly for brands, a leeway to introduce your long-form storytelling at a format which is more reach efficient. So, we're convinced about Shorts that this is really an important format, both from a creator perspective, from a user perspective in terms of discovering content, and from a brand perspective in terms of reaching out to new users. And that's why advertising on Shorts is important, and that's what we wanted to cover today. This is how broadly ads look on Shorts, across app installs, engagement, consideration, and awareness. Shorts is now a part of our entire bouquet of solutions. We made this very complex, heavy loaded slide, but essentially what it means is we're trying to include Shorts across the funnel. So whether it's awareness, where we have reach campaigns, which are our AI model campaigns, kind of work across the formats, Shorts is a part. Similarly on views, which is more engagement and consideration driven, Shorts again becomes a part. And similarly on more direct response, whether that's PMAX, whether on conversions through PMAX or installs, or demand gen, which is more for generating demand, you have Shorts becoming a part. But what do we want to leave you with in terms of what should be an action item, or what should be one thing that I want to leave you with? One is think of vertical videos when you think of your creatives. That's an important thing because it really forms an integral part of the creative strategy. Think of the story you're telling. A Shorts creative is going to be very different from a long-form creative and a creative that you'll use otherwhere else. So I think of that storyline that you want to do it in a more organic and a more social-first way that speaks directly to consumers, and that speaks to a consumer which more often than not is a Gen Z in the top 6 cities, looking out for new content to discover and new brands to engage with. So both your creative strategy, the way you engage, the way you tell the story, and the way you use it in campaigns is something that you should be looking at when you think of Shorts, if that's one of the things that you're looking forward for this year. One of the new things that we're doing on Shorts this year, and this is for more tentpole properties, is something called as first shot. This is basically when a user really enters the platform, the first ad that you see, it can be of the brand, or of your brand. And this is something that we're doing for the first time over the past 6 months. Again, more from a tentpole perspective, but something that you can consider when you're looking for more launches or a more burst kind of an activity. And we've seen this work well across brands. So Mondelez, Agio, Maggi, and we have across a host of brands which we have seen kind of do very well and use the platform. And we're seeing great results, both across reach and engagement. The second bit, so that was Shorts. The second bit was on the connected TV. And it's very important that we see both of these linked together. Shorts and connected TV is basically change in format, change in the way you consume the content, and the change in the way you kind of engage with the content. What differentiates for us and why do we see connected TV to be one of the priorities that we wanted to discuss today is, of course, for very intuitively 4 reasons. Longer watch time sessions. People on connected TV want to watch longer content. They're engaging with longer form content, and that's why it makes it more engaging. It's a lean back environment. You're in a more traditional TV-like structure. There's a lot of co-viewing, which essentially means that you have the opportunity to influence widely. And then, of course, you have the opportunity to create creatives which are slightly different from what you have in Shorts, but are more tailored for a larger screen setup. And it's, of course, one of the ways we are seeing that connected TV is kind of connecting the dots between the mobile and the traditional TV. And that's why we're very excited, because it brings in new opportunities for us to also create newer ways to engage. We want to leave you with, again, some of the facts, again, why we say connected TV and why out of plethora of campaign types that we have on our platform, why did we choose Shorts, connected TV, and Omni? And, from our perspective, in the last 3 years, the views on connected TV has quadrupled. And again, at a scale and size that YouTube works at, these are big numbers and big growth that keeps us excited. YouTube CTV is, of course, the most watched streaming platform It continues to grow at an exciting rate, and that's why we feel this is something that, again, when you think of your strategies and your annual plans, you should kind of consider for it. We have 60 million people on connected TV, and like we mentioned, many of them, over half of them, kind of come for longer form content, which is 21 minutes and more, which again makes it exciting that this again comes back to that it's a leaned-in environment. You have an opportunity to tell in a story which is longer form and connects with the audience. And then again, similar to Shorts, how do we leverage it? Connected TV is simply you have 3 options on YouTube. You have the skippable ads on auction, you have the non-skippable ads, and then you have the masthead, which is the front screen when you open YouTube. Interestingly, what's new are 3 things. We have the QR code, so something that you see on the screen now. The ad comes up, it squeezes back, and there's a QR code that comes up, which either takes you to the landing page on your phone, or really you can send this to your phone as a link. This is how it looks like. So you have the option to scan the QR code, and of course you have the option to send it to the phone. Very interestingly, this is again, like we said, a merger between the digital environment and the traditional TV. We have something is called as now the CTV pause ads. So if a user really pauses the content for 10 seconds, you see the ad comes out, and we feel it to be more seamless, non-intrusive way of bringing out the brand and really engaging with the user. Very interestingly, very similar to TV again, we have a 30-second non-skip, which was historically not there. It gives you the opportunity to bring in your longer form storytelling on a screen which is where you engage in a laid back, co-viewing, and in a more engaging way. So 3 exciting things there. Okay, maybe I'll kind of summarize then. So we talked about Shorts, very similar on the other spectrum. We talked about CTV. Shorts, one thing that you need to really look for is the first spot on Shorts, which is when the user opens it, the ad comes first. CTV, we again have 3 things, which is the pause ad, when the user kind of pauses the content, your ad comes up. We have the QR code, which is an interesting way of engaging, and then we have the 30 seconds non-skip, which helps you build in, share a creative which you'd use otherwise on your traditional TV. How many of you have stores here? I don't know how many are from brands, but just a quick show of hands if you have stores. Amazing. And how many stores would these be? Awesome. Okay. So we feel Omni to be for both for retail brands and for brands who not retail but have stores, it to be a strategy that we feel has historically not been given as much importance in the whole scheme of things. Very interestingly, I think every time I meet brands, I tend to hear that, look, I look at the, there's a segregation between an offline team and there's a segregation between an online team. Which is surprising from our perspective because we see the consumer behavior not to mirror that. For them, there is one journey from discovery to purchase, and it's irrespective whether that's online or offline. And that's why we felt Omni is something that we feel to be a priority that we are focusing on this year. Again, similar to why Shorts, why CTV, why Omni. Again, some numbers I'll throw at you essentially, but the meaning of all of these is that we're seeing increasingly why Omni is getting important. So 86% of global sales still happens offline. But as we'll see, significant of them really are influenced digitally. There's a significant, there's the same kind of a proportion between online and offline in terms of time spent. And then a significant portion, about 70%, buy both online and offline. And Omni customers we've seen to be more valuable and more loyal. So there are 3x more loyal, more valuable than being somebody who's only offline, and 7x more valuable as being somebody who's only online. And similarly, 23% more valuable or more loyal. They'll be ready to refer the brands in terms of the experiences that they have on both the sides. And search we've seen to play a key important role in this journey. 90% are influenced when they look for a store. And that's why we feel Google has a key role and a unique stage to build influence when you look at your Omni strategy. Again, I spoke about this, but the journey for a user when they go from discovery to purchase isn't when they think of a bifurcation of either online or offline. They think of a one journey, and it's a journey that it gets influenced by multiple touch points. And it's this journey that we need to influence when we think of our strategy. We spoke about the fact that somewhere we feel online and offlines are being looked very differently, and probably our urge has been to make sure that we're able to look at it in a consolidated, one-off manner, where we're seeing the results across both solutions. Omni is a slightly, it's slightly not that well understood because it's a slightly more complex solutions. And I wanted to just simplify it up for us in terms of what does it mean to do Omni on Google. First I want to, this is something that we get asked very often. How do we know if somebody has visited the store? Quite simply, we use geometry mapping, Wi-Fi scanning, location sharing. Importantly, this is an aggregation and of an anonymized data. So this is not real-time data, which also essentially means that this is not a one-to-one mapping in terms of the users who have visited. So there is an extrapolation that happens, but it's the way Google really becomes in a unique position because of the Wi-Fi scanning, the geometric mapping, and of course the understanding of different geographic networks that we are able to identify what's been the impact on your store visits. And across our solutions, quite simply, we have across 4 solutions on Omni. Starting from the left, all your existing campaigns are optimizing for store visits if you have your Google profiles or Google business profiles or GMB, as we used to call it, linked to your accounts. So all your existing campaigns, whether that's search, YouTube, or linked, are all reporting on store visits. And we'll, of course, I'll show that later, but this is something that you should check because that really influences the way Google campaigns are impacting your stores. But then we have 3 solutions which are essentially Omni or offline focused. One is local inventory ads, LIA or LIA as we call this. The other is PMax for store goals. And then there is, of course, click to calls, which is or directions. Now, this was I was mentioning about, we've interacted with brands who kind of will look at it from a left-hand side perspective. You segregate platform-wise, you segregate channel-wise, you segregate it media-wise. But the consumers don't work that way. The consumer interaction happens more the way on the right-hand side where we see it's a channel wherein you need to figure out at all touch points how do we introduce our brands, engage, develop interest, and of course, drive them down towards the conversions. And our urge has been always to brand marketers is don't look at online and offline ROAS differently. Look at it in a one single manner because that's what we always kind of focus on, and that's why you truly see the results of what your campaigns are driving. Just covering on the 2 campaign types I spoke about. So PMax for store goals is essentially you use your regular PMax campaigns, but you're driving store footfalls. The way it looks like is this across Google search, maps, business profiles. That's where your store gets highlighted. And in whether that's drop of pins or whether when you search that comes up, or whether you have your own store fronts, is where you are able to identify and really showcase your store fronts. We also have very interestingly something called as digital coupons. This was apparently a big ask from a lot of brands. And coupons which you use on many other platforms, I think has been doing very well in the PMax for store goals as a Omni solution as well. And again, something that should be very interesting if you kind of look at this solution. Local inventory ads is basically promoting your local inventory, which is basically promoting the inventory that you have in stores. So from a Google Merchant Center perspective, this is an inventory which is outside of your online inventory, but an inventory which really you're promoting across your stores. This is how the local inventory ad looks like, which really just comes to say with an annotation that if you're looking for a certain product, that's about certain miles, certain kilometers away, and that's where you can find it. From a Google perspective, it's both online and offline. So if the user searches for a product and we feel that the store is not the best way to highlight. You will see your online inventory. If we see the store being the right mode that we want to engage with, the store will be highlighted. LIA has traditionally been a complex solution to get on, but just wanted to kind of simplify it a little bit. So how do we get onto LIA? You have your online feeds, which is the Google Merchant Center. You make something that's called as the local product feeds, which is your offline feeds. And then you combine it really to make with your availability across your stores, which we call this as local inventory. So step one is you need to have your Google Merchant Center. You need to have your Google business profiles. Those should be linked in accounts for them to kind of come together and really show. And then the feeds need to be connected, which is where you'll understand which products are available online and where are they available at store. I think historically we've seen that Google has a verification process of an offline inventory, and this is usually the stage, which is stage 4, which usually tends to take a lot of time. Interestingly, we have now partners who help you with offline verification, and get in touch with the Lyxel team, and they'll be able to introduce you them. They will help you across feeds, and they'll be able to get you through the verification process, which has historically been a complex step. This is what I was speaking about. So on the top, you have the online products feed, which captures the availability of products from your online store. You have the local free product feed, which is basically nothing but the inventory or the products available offline. And you have the local product inventory feed, which is essentially saying where are the local product feeds available at store. This gets linked to your Google business profiles, and then essentially this is the way Google is able to identify that which products are online, offline, and offline, then which stores are they available at. This seems, while it makes sense, it's slightly complex, but like we said, there's a big partner program that we run wherein we're able to help brands get onto this. And again, we urge, if you're looking from an Omni perspective, to think from this lens on how do we make sure that when a consumer searches for your brand, they're looking both for online, offline, and they'll be able to look at your store inventory as well. I mentioned about this. This is actually one of our clients that we were doing some weeks back. So this was basically the results we were seeing, and the client and the brand was only focused on the first 4 rows in that sense. You have the cost, you have the qualified leads, and you had the CPA. They were not looking at the store visits. And like I said at the start, irrespective whether you're optimizing for store visit via the first 3 campaigns, which is the LIA, PMAX for store goals, or click to calls, your campaigns are driving store visits. And hence, the way you need to look at it is when you consider your ROAS, or when you consider the ROAS or the output you've been driving from other campaigns, do look at the store visits that you're doing. Try attributing values to it. If you can't attribute exact values, see can you do an average of it. But then this makes you really understand the impact your campaigns are driving. That's about it. I thought, I'll try summarizing it. Wanted to keep it simple. I hope this was useful. But 3 things that you should be looking out from perspectives when you look up your annual plans. Look from Shorts perspective. Shorts is a way we feel consumption is changing, creation is changing, and of course, it gives a newer opportunity for brands like you to interact with both consumers and tell your stories. Connected TV is a new way of people are consuming content. It really gives you the opportunity now to showcase your larger stories or your biggest stories in a larger screen, which has historically not been the case, and then again gives you an opportunity to engage both from a short form and a long form content. And Omni we see tends to be is not a separate channel, but it's a way consumers interact. And when you're thinking of your plans, think where does Omni fit in, and how are you kind of using it as a part of your overall strategy, and not like a separate strategy that you kind of want to work on. Beyond that all, of course, we work with Lyxel very closely. They're amongst our top partners, and we support them all through. So please reach out to them if you have any discussions, any questions. We'll be happy to work with them and share for. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm here for questions, so let me know.
how can I see the insights for shorts? I'm asking, YouTube shorts. If I want to see insights as per the category, how can I see that?
What kind of insights are you looking forward to?
Like if I want to start shorts very aggressively for home fashion category, right? For an example, because we are in home fashion, I'm from Merino Laminates. How can I get those insights? What percentage of the users are using this, and what kind of categories I should consider while creating the content?
Yeah, no, great question. So I think one is on our side, we have the ways in which we kind of share insights. And then the Lyxel team again has accesses to some of our internal, some of our proprietary tools where you're able to kind of showcase, let's say from Laminate's perspective, what are the other categories are they seeing? What's the demographics that we see on our platform? What kind of searches are happening? So you can get insights from that perspective.
Okay.
And then of course, we also have what we call as a channel list. So from your category perspectives, what are the top channels that we feel that you should try to look out for when you look out on YouTube?
And how can we optimize it? Through the title and the description?
No, so shorts is creatives, so not titles and descriptions. It's via your creative.
It works behavioral, I think.
Absolutely. So what kind of creatives are you doing is how influential your shorts will be.
Yeah. And my another question is, the sample report which you showed here, is this actual number? I mean, the
last one?
budget versus the results, were these
Yes,
actual
yes,
numbers?
these were actual numbers, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Hey, hi. I have a query regarding the store visit campaigns that you run. For a brand which has a brick and mortar kind of a setup, but then in a mall, they might be present in the second floor, third floor, right? How do you kind of measure that? Because it's a 3D mapping that you need to do for that.
Yeah, I know, and it's a question we get very often. So, thanks for asking this. So, I think, again, technically, the way we do it is, one, it's a combination of three things, right? We have the Wi-Fi scanning. So from a particular store, if a Wi-Fi is there, we know where the signals are. That's where the system kind of optimizes. We also have the geometric mapping, which is, of course, not possible in a mall, and of course, not as clear as, let's say, a standalone shop. But then we have user surveys. So I don't know how many times you would have got it, like, did you visit this store? And many users really really engage and say that, look, I visited or I did not visit. And that really forms our fundamental of understanding on where on the latitude, longitude do they do, and where are they able to, where can we convincingly say if somebody has visited a store. Similarly, for an employee who is at the store at all times, we are able to understand that bit, that's saying that this is an employee who's, or probably somebody who's very regularly at the store, so don't count this as somebody as that. So combination of a whole of things, but from our perspective, we see, look, there's always going to be some discrepancy what you see all, in actually on the ground, and then on the dashboards. But we are seeing these systems to be far improving over a period of time. And then, of course, on the sides, even in a mall, we see results which are very closer to the actual results that happen.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe I can go back and show you how it looks. Yeah, so let's say you search for the example. So let's say you search for a furniture near me. Oh, you can't see, okay, sorry. So let's say you search for a furniture near me, then the ad that you see, if you only have online, you will see an ad on our platform saying, which lands you at your store or your website, basically your D2C website, or anywhere else that you are kind of selling your store. On local inventory ads, it will say on which store is it and how far that store is. So the local inventory ads really know if a particular, let's say, shoe, for example, is available at a store near you. Shoe is available at the store. How far is that store? And gives the user the option either to buy it online or go to the store. Availability of the product near me at a store. At a store, yes. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. And hope you have a great rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So before we begin our next panel discussion, I have a trivia for you. This should be fairly easy, so I am hoping that a lot of you answer. So the first question is, which brand's tagline for the longest time has been Dil Mange More? That's right, it's Pepsi. The second question is, which is the most followed brand on Instagram? Take your wildest guess. Sorry? You can guess any of the bigger brands that are very global, are popular amongst the current generation also. Yeah. Sorry, Fruity. No, that's wrong. Coke? Both, that's wrong. Global, across. So a hint is it's in the fitness category. Yes. Yeah, that's right. It's Nike. Moving to our next. No, I have two. So in 5 minutes, we're just setting up and we'll have our next panel discussion start.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Check, check.
We're just starting in a minute. Yeah. We're just starting in a minute. Okay. So everyone loves binge watching, right? I mean, can I get a show of hands of how many people binge watch, just generally in life? Yeah, we all love binge watching, right? But the one thing we know is that today's audience, while they love binge watching, they don't love binge watching ads. And so how do we as brands make ads that are binge-worthy too, that get your audience's attention, that reach your audience, especially in this era where everyone wants ad-free content? So let's find out in our next panel discussion at Elevate, co-powered by Cargo and Prismx. We welcome Saurabh Golani, Account Director, International Partner Sales at Prismx by Mob Avenue. We have along with him Mr. Prateek Singh, Senior Director, Global Ops at Lotem. And we have our CEO and co-founder, Dev Batra.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you for this.
Check, check. All good? Hello.
Yep.
Hello, hello.
Can you hear
Check.
me? Yeah.
All good here?
Great. So thank you, everyone. Thanks to the audience. Thank you to your partners, Mob Avenue and Lotme. I think, you know, the question that I get asked as the agency that manages budgets for so many brands, and this is a very interesting thing that happened with one of the brands, is they said, listen, I want to reach out to premium audiences. And a lot of premium audiences somehow have a ads-free subscription. So how do I run ads and deliver to them? And that is really the starting journey. That is one of the big reasons why we wanted you guys to be here, because we're trying to solve for a lot of problems, but one of the big problems is how do we reach out to premium audiences in our country where everybody wants to move to an ads-free experience? So why don't we begin from there, and why don't you tell us how do we solve for that?
Sure. Very interesting question. Can you all hear me at the end? All good? Perfect. Thank you. So, Dev, first of all, thanks for this. Good energy out here. Fantastic session, fantastic event. Thanks a lot. And to your team.
Thank
they
you.
have been a great support. Interesting question, Dev. And around 30 to 40% people are moving towards or behind the paywall. How do we reach out to them, right?
Yes.
There are two ways which I can think of. One is with the tech partners, the right tech partners, and another is with the data.
Yeah.
Both of us are here.
Yeah.
And you have to make sure that you are showing them a right ad. At certain places, they are behind the paywall,
Right.
but they have 3 to 4 OTT apps, or
Right.
they are at places where they don't need to pay. They are
Yes.
seeing the ad.
Yes.
How do you reach out to them?
Yes.
Personalized ads, less ads. Reach out to them on the live content where the TV feed is coming in, but the channels are getting their own ads. So, for
Right.
example, you are seeing a live sports
Yes.
or live GEC on a particular app, which is charging them on AVOD, but
Right.
on live,
Yes.
they have to see the ad because
Yes.
it's a TV feed.
Yes, yes.
So it's something called dynamic ad insertion or server-side ad insertion. With that, you can reach out a particular user even though they are behind the paywall. It's a kind of a freemium model.
Right.
And industry is moving towards
Right,
it.
right.
And we at PrismX can definitely do that.
So why don't we double click on what PrismX really does?
Sure. So PrismX is a DSP made in India for a global consumption. Takes care of the video omni-channel from the larger screens to screens near you.
Right.
And once you have seen ad on a larger screen, we can reach out to your personal screens too.
Right.
So even if you are behind paywall, I show you less intrusive ads, I show you personalized ads,
Right.
and I make sure that I reach you at the right point of time
Right,
with
right.
the accurate data.
Right. So what it means is that if I have great videos and I want to run those videos on platforms where I want to reach audiences, then PrismX will be able to help me beyond thinking about OTT. So while OTT may be in a part of my marketing mix, but I
Yes.
want to enhance my spread, I want to reach out to more audiences, I want to reach out to premium audiences or an audience of certain kind, then I can go do that through you guys.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And now coming to Lotme. So why don't you also describe what do you do so that then I can ask you a very specific question.
Surely. So, like, what Lotame does is specifically we are an audience management company.
Right.
We are a SaaS platform which enables brands, publishers collect their first-party data,
Right.
enrich that data with third-party, so basically solutions as well, or second-party providers too.
Right.
And then obviously show them the right ads. Use our platform, like a brand would use our platform to actually show the right ad at the right point, using the right segmentation as well.
Right.
And since you bought the premium cohort, that was
Yes.
the first question.
Yes.
I think that's the most common requirement we get.
Yes.
How do you
Yes.
reach them, and what are the different signals you can look at? So in what we do as a platform is like we work with, let's say, n number of credit card companies who help us with that data. We do our enrichment solutions as well. We work with different measurement companies too. And based on that, we will provide a brand that this is a particular cohort you can test, and obviously do it on a long-term basis as well.
Right. So if today I have a requirement that I want to reach out to frequent travelers, frequent flyers, for example, or I want to reach out to people who own a car above a certain price point, or if I want to reach out to families who own a home in a certain area, then I can also get a sense of that audience pool, and through that audience pool, integrate that on a PrismX solution and be able to deliver outcomes to them. So like we were describing, you've got the right audience pools and you've got the right channel so that you can make sure that your ads are very strongly targeted, and hence it doesn't feel like you're watching a lot of that. So, and you're getting something that you really need as a solution.
Exactly. Like, so just to extend, like you have the creative, we have the data, and here's the solution which actually lends that ad to your screens.
Yes.
And depending on screen, you create your own creatives, and it kind of
Yes.
changes with the environment,
Yes.
which should be non-intrusive.
Right.
Because being from a privacy compliant, from a data perspective, like
Right.
GDPR, CCPA, all those compliance into picture, and obviously
Yeah.
creative power.
So
of
obviously you're a
agency.
global company, so follow all standards essentially.
Yes. So
yeah.
Dev, I always say one thing to all my partners, whether on the supply side, tech side, or the buyer side, is go behind the 3 Ps.
Right.
Privacy, personalization, and precision.
Right.
With
right.
this approach, you can be in the households where they will love you and not say, "Okay, hey, he did bombarded with me ads." No, right? He did
right.
bombarded. No.
Right.
We want to be in that household where they see or they have a heavy recall of ad.
Right. Right.
Once that a brand can get, it's nothing like it.
So I was talking to an OTT organization. They're more like a producer for OTT. And they said that today, one of the big reasons or one way of clearing or green signaling content is whether it is second screen enough or not. Is that correct?
Yeah, 100%.
So tell us a little bit more about that. What is that behavior? What does it mean?
See, I have worked within one of the largest OTT in India, and coming from a TV segment to an OTT, one thing we used to say that if your mid-roll ads are running well,
Yes.
that means your content are doing too good, right? Because you cannot bombard with multiple mid-roll ads. You
That's
have
right.
to keep it very subtle.
Yes.
You have to keep it less.
Yes.
But your content is the king.
Yes.
Even if you go premium, freemium, AWOD, SWOD, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If that content with a right personalization ad,
Yes.
it's there, you will reach to the
Yes.
fourth screen too.
Yes, yes, okay.
So that's how we put it.
Right. So essentially what it means, if I understand it correctly, is that as you're watching content, you're also consuming a parallel stream on your mobile phone as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So is there a way that I can integrate what you're watching, getting a sense of that audience, and then being able to deliver it on mobile also?
Yes, so we call that as a house sync. So
Yes.
in India, there are, as per I think 2024 end year November, we have somewhere around 45 to 50 million households on the larger side, which are connected TV households.
Yeah.
So this is your cord cutters connected TV households.
Yes, yes.
If I give you a comparison with the global perspective, in US it is around 120 million plus.
Yes.
And the satellite channels
Yes.
it's satellite TVs
Yes.
is around 200 million. So you
Yes.
see the difference, right? And we call this as a house sync, where if someone has seen ad on a larger screen, can we reach out to that particular device in that particular home on their personal devices? Yes, we can
Yes.
reach out once they have seen the ad. So that is
Fantastic.
called house sync.
Yes.
And once they have seen the ad on the larger screen, you can have them interact with your ad on their personal devices.
Right, right.
100%. Like, so you have technologies called automated content recognition, right? Like, so OEMs usually understand what you're watching on TV. Is it an ad or is it a proper content? And they have created their own content categories, I would say contextual categories as well.
Right.
Are you watching a particular genre of show, what exactly it is? Or maybe are you watching a particular kind of ad, what exactly it is? And then pass that information at the IP level to be targeted on your
Yes,
smartphones
yes,
too.
yes.
So you can retarget, use your technology to the smartest. And
So you're able
obviously
to build a pool accordingly.
loop of that, because as you know, CTV is kind of like you cannot, like you have 4 people living in a household, right? So CTV is targeted at the IP level,
Yes.
at a household level.
Yes.
And then how do you
And
drill
everything
down
is
to
connected to the same
same
Wi-Fi
Yes,
eventually.
IP or Wi-Fi.
Yes, yes.
We can
yes.
reach out to them.
Fantastic. Wow. Now, obviously everybody is curious about how CTV is going to grow. And, you said 50 million. I remember 1 year back or about 8 months back when I was researching, that number was 32 odd million. So it is growing at a phenomenal speed. Almost every replacement of television today is a CTV. So when do you think this market will come to a stage where you don't even have to consider television in your market mix, and you will be able to reach out to as many households as you want to from an consumption audience perspective?
To be honest, it's not going easily.
Okay.
Linear TV is there to stay.
Awesome.
Reason behind that is we are still on the 5G mode.
Okay.
Right? And tier 3, tier 4 market have just started getting the CTVs. The TVs are more cheaper than mobile.
Yes.
So the linear TV is definitely not going. Linear TV will be planned. It will be in the advertisement plan. But how an advertiser will reach out to both the audience? So CTV will be an extended version.
Yeah.
Till at least 2 to 3 years for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Once the advertiser make it, how do I enrich the TV audience on the connected side? That's where the game lies.
Fantastic.
So, and in India, you'll be surprised, Dev, and I was reading this in a report, the dark homes are more than 100 million. Now, what is dark homes? Dark homes is where I don't know whether it's a linear TV, CTV, set-top boxes. I don't know. Nowadays, set-top boxes are also your intelligent set-top
Yes.
boxes. So there is linear TV, which is cable operated, there are set-top boxes, and there is connected TV.
There's a Fire Stick.
There's a Fire Stick.
Yes.
If your TV is not smart, you
Yes.
will be able to make it smart.
Yes, yes, yes.
So the trend will stay. Linear TV pricings are still more higher, but you cannot do accurate targeting there.
Right, right.
So this will be stay. I think the best of the both worlds will continue for next half a decade, as
Yes,
per my personal
yes,
capacity.
yes.
But then eventually the internet will take over.
Take
it.
over.
Yeah, 100%.
So cord cutting is obviously something that is a reality. There are a lot of homes, including mine, where we don't have satellite connection anymore. We have just moved everything to a pure internet because it's so much more convenient. It is at your pace. I can pause. I can play. I mean, everything's so simple. So I kind of think that is going to be the future. Maybe it's a more metro phenomenon right now. Now, the other aspect that a lot of marketeers are always concerned about is in terms of data and how the data plays. You know, Google has been talking about cookie deprecation. They're talking about the fact that at some point in time, even you need to take better control of your, first-party data, which is knowing exactly who my audience is, whether it is through your own signals or through signals that you will end up creating through other platforms. So in that situation, how will the entire business change? So it would be nice if you can maybe talk a little bit about how you are able to create a better replacement outcome.
So, like, first of all, cookie deprecation, like, just to clear, it is only for third party.
Yes.
First party cookie is not
It's
going
going
away.
to,
It's going to stay.
Yes.
So how do you connect your first party as, let's say, as a technology provider, as a brand? How do you collect a first party data? It starts from consent.
Right.
Having the right consent, basically complying, and then obviously we will have DDP also coming into picture as well in India.
Yeah.
So how do you comply to that too? Start from there. Obviously, then we have technologies internally like what we call as Panorama ID, which is an identity solution.
Yes.
It's kind of a mixture of deterministic and probabilistic ID.
Yes.
Where we use basically hashed email addresses, hashed phone numbers to tie up those signals out. You have different, we have our competitors also doing similar kind of technologies as well. So you have that kind of linkages which will enable a brand to target even on first party cookie, or I would say an identity solution.
Right.
Moving to CTV, those are based on IFAs.
Yes.
Those are not cookies. So
Yes,
you
I
will
know.
still be able to target. Mobile IDs will still remain.
Yes.
India being a mobile first market,
Yes.
again, like mobile ID is kind of the primary one where ads are being shown instead of cookies. So the industry would still be relevant in India. Abroad, you have the identity solutions which are kind of working across as well. And the technologies are also, I would say, being built on ID solution, identity solutions, where those ads would be shown. And again, like as I mentioned, like it starts from consent and ends on ads. Signals are not being deprecated unless IP addresses which are kind of moving towards being deprecated to are being privacy compliant. You will move to hashed email addresses, hashed phone numbers as a solution as well.
So now coming to how typically marketeers are looking at outcomes from digital. Now, digital was always supposed to deliver on outcomes, which are performance oriented. It's now that people are looking at digital to be able to offer other outcomes also. Like a lot of brands come to us and say, listen, I want digital to be able to drive traffic to my physical stores. I want digital to be able to help me grow my brand. So you're talking full funnel, which is how do I grow my brand, or how do I reach out to maximum number of people at an upper funnel? How do I build consideration and maybe drive a lot of people to my stores or to my website at a mid funnel? And how do I get people to buy my product at a bottom funnel? Now, whatever we're talking about here today, where does it lie? Does it lie across the funnel? Does it lie more on the upper funnel, more on the bottom funnel? So maybe you can talk a little bit about how your solutions are across the funnel.
Sure, Deb. And very realistic thing. And I would say one thing that at the end, धंधा चलना चाहिए.
Obviously.
Right?
Yeah. Revenue must come.
Revenue must come. कितना भी ad दिखा लो, कुछ भी कर लो. धंधा नहीं आएगा तो आपके पास भी client नहीं आएगा, मेरे पास भी नहीं आएगा.
Absolutely.
Very true. Right? This will go across all three funnels. And we at Mob Avenue and PrismX, we make sure we cater to from top to bottom, making sure you have a right conversion, right? Now, I'll give you a very good example, not take a name, but it's an ongoing campaign where they wanted footfall in the local stores.
Yes.
ऐसी cities के नाम आए थे जहाँ पे we were like, wow, they are so considerate that they want to show the ads for their channel partners.
Right.
And what we did is we ran a all three funnel campaign and gave them a link to their personal WhatsApp bot where they would generate a coupon for them. Okay, near store near you, only valid for 5 days.
Wow.
Once you put a timeline on someone's head with a discount coupon, this works very well. It works like a charm, right? So this went very well. Second is, see, until unless you don't do top funnel, the ad recall or the brand recall is very difficult when it comes to performance. The audience is very limited. The buy audience is very limited. You have to keep them with you or around you. The brand loyalty is still a thing. I'm not saying it's not gone, but you have to still make sure that it does not leave your
That's
family,
right. That's right. There's too much distraction. I get bombarded with so many messages on a daily basis.
And you're bound to go if you get a heavy discount.
Yeah, for
Even though
sure.
you love your brand 10 years
Yeah,
from
yeah,
now,
yeah.
it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So yeah, we make sure that we cater to all three funnels, and the ad recall has to be best. It has to be a good personalization message,
Yes.
and a good landing page URL
Yes.
or an app where you want to take your user to.
Yes.
So that we take care of that.
Yes.
Like from our perspective, it's kind of basically the data play. Do you know your customer, which is your first party data? Are you able to isolate that cohort at the top funnel, at the top funnel, and then are you able to build creatives based on that? So let's say you start at top funnel, whoever has interacted with your ad, are you collecting that data and then retargeting them? Are you building a proper funnel from a creative perspective as well? Because creative from our perspective, data would only work when the creative is right. Yep. So have the proper creative, have the offer, have the right CTA as well, like call to action to that creative, and are you able to build that funnel out? And then obviously use that bottom funnel to ask for the proper, let's say you offer them a discount for an email address or a phone number. How do you operate on that funnel and then come back to it? So it's purely a data play. How do you land up using a DMP or a CDP or your CRM as well? Are you able to enrich that CRM and get the right offer to the right customer at the right point, and I would say at the right behavior as well? Like, are they in market for something or not, and are you able to entice them? So it depends on all your omni-channel activity that you're taking care of.
Right.
Pratik, to add on that, I mean, we had a very good use case together, which was bringing on second-party data.
Right.
Right, because let's say if you want to reach out to a expecting mother, or a family with a family car, the family has to go from two-wheeler to four-wheeler.
Yes.
It's a very right time, right?
Yes.
So you reach out to the publishers who are offering second-party data,
Yes.
where you know where this data is coming from. You have the right channel partner, you have the right tech, and obviously the right data sets.
And obviously, like apart from data and tech, as you mentioned, like the right psychological knowledge as well. Like, are you able to sell an automobile car to an expecting parent? That's the psychological aspect to data too. Are you being creative on that part?
Yes.
And we were able to do that, right? Like we were able to do that because we know the psychological trigger comes from a safety perspective. When you're becoming a parent, you try to move from, let's say, a two-wheeler to a four-wheeler.
Your filters change.
Exactly, like your filter change. So you need to have that proper understanding in place, and that's where Lotame obviously partners like PrismX and you come into picture, where we work together, build this cohort, and then move to the market as well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, one of the things that we have learned of extensive work with so many brands is that when you're thinking about upper funnel, the communication works very different. When you think about middle funnel, the communication moves from more emotional to more rational. And when you move to the lower funnel, the bottom funnel, then it becomes more important to have the right offers also, right? Incentives to buy my product. So I think all those three have to work in tandem somewhere. Now, I think I get a lot of things that you guys do. Why don't you also tell us what is going to change in future? So I want to pick up things like maybe AI, what will happen as a result of that. I want to understand, there are walled gardens, for example. So we understand that, there's a lot of data that Google has or Meta has. Is there a way to leverage that? Or Amazon has, for that matter. Is there a way to leverage that? What are the opportunities that are available as a marketeer so that the chances of me reaching out to the right audiences at the right time only improve? So why don't you go ahead?
So interesting question, Dev, and everyone is talking about AI and Gen AI, right? And it's not only a buzzword, but a reality. I'm a hardcore product and business guy, right? And I tell my team that AI will change two things, right? Creatives and the way you run campaigns.
That's right.
Because the optimization of campaigns with the help of AI you can do is fantastic. And the pre-testing of creatives, which creative will work where, when, how, that AI can help you a lot. And we at PrismX are coming up with pre-testing of creatives. So if I tell brand that, hey, in this particular creative, if this picture will not work, but if you change this picture to, let's say, from A to Z, what changes it can bring in for you? That would be an interesting takeaway for a brand, right? So AI will definitely change how the creatives work, how the campaign works, and on what channels you are putting your, all the money in. So that definitely is AI is changing. Not changing, I'm saying it has already started changing.
That's right. That's right.
And we are an AI-powered platform, so you input that, we have
You get the right
yeah,
outcomes. Absolutely.
Like for us, like basically just to add what Saurabh said, like AI would actually make your A/B testing cheaper. That's my understanding. Like you will be able to basically test and learn out of your experiments faster because you have AI at your best to analyze that data and give you the right outcome. Obviously, you as a human need to take that decision, but it would make that point cheaper for you.
Yes.
Okay. Apart from that, from my company, Lotame perspective, we are a data company, so we're already working on a lot of data side, basically data science, ML, AI is already within our blood as a company as well. So from our perspective as well, like we are into a probabilistic stitching of signals, also adding the deterministic signals as well, and bringing up solutions to brands and obviously technology providers too. So it's going to make those sphere interesting and obviously make it mainstream as well, which wasn't in the past, right?
Got it. So, one thing that I want to talk about is how everybody talks about programmatic, and it's a buzzword, but many times people don't understand it. So I'm just going back to the basics a little bit. Why don't you also tell us what does programmatic mean, especially when you look at, I could go to a platform and I could just directly say, listen, I need 5 billion impressions. Why don't you give it to me? Versus why should I go to a programmatic platform where it is more algorithm based or AI based? So why should I go there? What is the value that I get? And then if I am going to buy through you, what is that additional intelligence that I get through a DMP that makes my life easier, my targeting better? I think just going back to a little bit of basics, why don't you just describe that for our audiences?
So programmatic is simple. When I don't want to pick up phones and do all the IO works.
Yes.
I don't want to take care of the billing. I don't want to take care of the hassle of the operations.
Yes.
I reach out to a tech platform.
Right.
Where my keyboard does the work for me.
Yes.
I have end-to-end transparent connection where I know what to use, where to use, and when this will be showing.
Yes.
What outcomes I will get in terms of reporting.
Yes.
I don't need to pick a call and say, hey, tomorrow is the deadline, I need a report.
Yes.
No mate, you have to just log into a platform, take out the report what you want,
Yes.
put your channels in, and get the required data.
Yes.
Period. Because you might get, you might work in a certain time zone. I may not work in that particular time zone, right? Programmatic is global. It's not limited to a particular region.
Yes.
So this is what simply we say about programmatic. And I think India has already moved, but still there is a good amount of scope to get 100% going into programmatic, which US has done very well.
Yes.
Earlier we were around 8 to 9 years back from US, but now we are almost at par when it comes to programmatic ecosystem.
Wow.
And with the partners like DMP partners, who are powering data for the tech players, it's getting better and better.
Awesome. And then what do you bring to the mix then?
We actually bring targeting for you specifically, but again, more than targeting, it gives you the entire persona of a user.
Yes.
Let's say you are a brand who is into, let's say, apparels.
Yes.
But apart from apparels, what that audience is doing, is it a luxury audience? Is it a mid-level audience? Are those audiences coming from Gen Z, or are they basically baby boomers? Those kind of analysis, those kind of cohorts, and understanding of your own audience. Okay, that we bring to the table and help you out on that front.
Got it. So that's a little bit of a power pack combination, which means that you are able to help us grow the brand. You are able to bring revenue performances. You are able to make sure that we're reaching out to the right audiences, so it's effective and it's efficient on money. You're able to drive traffic to physical stores, I would say.
Yes.
More test drives, more trials, more visit to the store, etc. So that's like a lot of things that you guys can deliver.
And transparent.
And transparent. And it is obviously, I'm guessing, cost effective compared to just buying from a publisher, I would say. Or
It's to be honest, it's very subjective, obviously, because at times brand might want to go towards a publisher, or they want to go towards tens of those publishers.
Yes, yes.
In both the cases, we and publisher are part of same ecosystem, helping each other, thriving in this digital world.
Fantastic. So thank you so much. Before we wrap up, is there something like final ideas or inputs that you'd like to share with our audiences?
One thing for sure for the brands is omni-channel is the way to go forward.
Absolutely, yeah.
And making sure your brand has a good recall. So you have to take care of all the 3 funnels and choose a right partner.
Fantastic.
Exactly, and use our data for that.
Absolutely.
Specifically.
Yeah. So thanks a lot. Opening up to the audiences, is there any question that anybody would like to ask before we wrap up? Yes, please.
I have 2 questions. One is, do you prefer the celebrity or the slum modeling? Like, for example, if you remember the Forest Essential, they pick up one girl, 14-year-old girl, for advertising and make that lady, a girl, the princess of slum, if you remember that. Yeah. So would you prefer the celebrity paying higher amount or the mega princess of slum girl? Point number 1. Point number 2, let's say you are a one company, omni-channel, and one product but 2 different brands approach you, how you will handle?
Okay. So first one, I would take it because I will take both. So first, we don't have any per se preference because at the end, we go with the creatives what we get and with the brand message they want to deliver. We don't, we have a preference over a celebrity or a non-celebrity. We don't discriminate on that basis. That the company or the creative mindsets decide what is best working for them. What we do helping is to choose a right partner, right channel partner, how to serve the ad, where to serve the ad and when to serve the ad. That's what we help in. And to your second question, if a brand, correct me if I'm wrong, if a brand approaches me with 2 different campaigns, how do I treat them, right?
Yeah. Like, for example, this is item,
Huh?
and Bose and Samsung, they approach you
Huh?
for the same product but 2 different brands. So how will you handle? Will you handle only one?
Okay.
How will you handle?
So as a platform, if I don't have an exclusivity with a particular partner, then I will go with the both because we have different teams catering and making sure that it's not overlapping. The approach would be fairly different because the product which they are coming up, it's the same product, but there are high chances that TG would be different or the price points would be different. There would be some differentiator. You would play on that differentiator. If that differentiator comes with a supply perspective, you would choose differentiator in supply. If that differentiator is coming up with a data perspective, we choose a different data. Now, all that depends on the media brief. We are the solutions provider. So if you bring me 10 briefs, I will give you 10 different solutions.
Thank you. Very nice.
Hey, you would like to add something?
Same itself. Like it actually depends on the brief that we are getting from the clients. And obviously, as you mentioned, like the basic difference is the differentiator that they are bringing to the table, and we providing or matching our solutions with that differentiator. That's what make it like from our side, because we are kind of agnostic. Like a technology provider is always an agnostic person over there to help the brand, unless and until we have a contract in place which obviously violates that. Yeah.
Great then. So thanks a lot, everyone, for listening through. Thanks a lot, guys, for participating. And okay, so we wrap up the session.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Dave. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Swati.
Thank you so much. So next we'll be having the last session before we break out for Sundowner, where we have some drinks and snacks. And I have the last set of trivia questions. So yeah, the first question, it's guess who am I? So I'll be giving someone's description and you have to guess who am I. When I joined Instagram in 2019, I set the world record, fastest to reach 1 million followers in just 5 hours. Good guess, but no, it's not Mr. Beast. No, it's not Virat Kohli. I'll give you a hint. It is an international actress. Yeah, sorry. That's right. It's Jennifer Aniston. The next question is, So the two co-founders of Quora were ex-employees of which social networking company? Giant social networking company. Facebook, yeah, that's right. So yeah, we'll be having the next session, which is with Quora on that note. Just give us 10 minutes and we're setting up, and after that we'll break out, yeah. The final sessions that we have for the day are with InShorts and Quora. So yeah, just give us 10 minutes and we'll be on. The final sessions that we have for the day are with InShorts and Quora. So yeah, just give us 10 minutes.
On करना
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hi everyone, let's settle down. We're about to start. Yeah, so welcome. We're at the last session of the day. And this is happening, we have the Quora session happening here and we have the InShorts session happening in area 2. So while I need a microphone to reach out to all of you, for my voice to reach out to you, your brand actually doesn't need a microphone or a megaphone to reach out to its audience. Your brand needs to join in on the conversation. And on that note, we have Paroma, client partner at Quora, and Neha, senior CSM at Quora. So over to you. This session is on how brands can build more trust on Q&A platforms.
Good evening, everyone. Before I start, I think I want to thank Lyxel&Flamingo for giving us this opportunity. And I'll try and make it really not so boring before a great sundowner. So I'll try and keep it short and engaging. And that's pretty much the forte of our platform also. So I'll be taking you through Quora, and we'll do this presentation together, me and my colleague Neha, who's a senior CSM in Quora. So just to give context, what I'm going to take you through today is a brief overview of Quora, what are the audience insights about certain verticals on Quora, the unique and hyper-targeting possibilities on Quora, and of course certain success stories, how brands have leveraged Quora to reach out to high-intent, high-value users on the platform. Quora is a globally recognized Q&A platform where users come, they seek knowledge, they share information, and engage in millions and millions of conversations across diverse topics. That's pretty much the platform. So we are a knowledge-sharing social media platform. We have about 400 million plus monthly unique visitors globally, US being our biggest market, contributing to about 140 million plus. But India is our second largest market for Quora, contributing to about 100 million plus monthly unique visitors. When you look at a MUV breakdown from a geo perspective, we pretty much have traffic coming in from top metros, and we do extremely well in the tier 2 cities as well. When I talk about the high-value net customers on Quora, from a gender perspective, from an age group perspective, and from a device type perspective, we have a very, very healthy ratio when it comes to male-female bifurcation. We have about 41% coming in from female audiences and about 60% coming in from male audiences. Definitely, the platform engages, the users on the platform are very, very youthful. So about, 70% comes from an 18 to 34 TG. And even if you look at it from a 25 plus, we cater to about 65%. We have a very, very healthy ratio and split between from a device type perspective. So from mobile, which is a combination of app plus web, we have about 84% coming in from there and about 16% coming in from desktop. When you advertise on Quora, what are you doing actually? You're actually reaching out to high intent and high value users on the platform, and you're engaging with them. So typically when I talk about high value users, if you see the screen, we have about 39% who are undergraduates, people aspiring or more likely to attain a postgraduate degree. We have about 65% coming in from there. And HHI more than 1 million, we have about 23%. And decision makers at work, we have about 41%. We also have unduplicated reach in India as compared to other digital platforms. Why should what does your industry do on Quora? So I'll just take you through some vertical insights. So typically on Quora, we've got diverse topics, millions of topics, and we bifurcate it under certain verticals. So e-com and retail is one of our biggest biggest vertical. Amongst a collaborated number, we have about 26 million followers across all e-com and retail topics on Quora. Some of the popular topics under e-com and retail are shopping, e-commerce, online shopping, clothing and apparel. And we partner with GWI. They provide us certain insights about our users on Quora. So from an e-com and retail perspective, if you see 70% of the users prefer shopping online rather than in-store. To move forward, travel again is a very, very big vertical. So typically on Quora, anything which requires research, which requires, sharing knowledge, does really well on the platform. And you will see a lot of people engaging with that content, putting up that content. So travel is one of those verticals. So we have about 31 million followers across all topics around travel, some of the popular ones, and the biggest ones like visiting and travel, tourism, passports, visas. These are very big topics on Quora under travel. And if you see, 61% of Quora users are interested in traveling. So there's a lot of inclination. Consumer tech is again one of our biggest topics, and we have about 18 million followers across all topics. Some of the popular ones to name are smartphones, our laptops, mobile phones, technology overall. And if you see, 71% of Quora users are interested in technology. To move forward, education and typically this entire Gen Z and millennial space is very, very booming on Quora. So people are coming here, searching about college and universities, taking college advices. So education has about 14 million followers over here. And certain popular topics under education are career advice, schooling, college and universities. And if you notice, the users on Quora, about like 79% want to upskill. They are looking for college and universities. They are more likely to, pursue a master's degree. Overall, consumer products from a food and beauty perspective both is very, very big because a lot of people are, wanting to lead a healthy life. Fitness becomes very, very key, and people are searching about it. So we have about 40 million followers coming in from all the topics and conversations around food on the platform. And some of the popular topics are healthy eating, fitness, food. And if you see, 50% users ordered groceries online last week on Quora. Beauty is again very, very big on Quora. People are, interested in beauty and cosmetics. People want to purchase makeup and cosmetics. We have about 3 million followers coming in from all the topics under beauty, skincare, hair care, shampoo, makeup, beauty tips. These are some popular topics under beauty. Finance, from a perspective of, investment. People come here to seek advice. What type of investment we should do? Should we open a savings account or a current account works for us? What are the benefits? So finance involves a lot of research, and people are, giving a lot of feedbacks, engaging in a lot of conversations. So it has about 27 million followers across all topics. And we have certain popular topics like insurance, equity, investment, mutual funds, which are very big topics on Quora under finance. And if you see, 47% users on Quora are interested in investments, 40% users invested in stocks and shares. B2B again is very, very big. In fact, you know, we just did this partnership with Bombora to reach out and, you know, expand our scale of audiences in terms of, you know, catering and engaging with more B2B audiences. However, like I mentioned in my earlier slide, we have about 41% coming in from decision makers at work. Certain big topics under B2B is business strategy, startup strategy, and overall from, you know, a holistic cumulative perspective, we have about 60 million followers in the B2B vertical topics. Health is again very, very big, 77 million followers. Health insurance, healthy living is very, very big with us. Entertainment, 104 million followers across all topics. You know, people are very much interested in listening to music, to know more about Bollywood, movies, etc. Sports. Jobs, people are actually coming on the platform to understand and seek career advice. They are interested to know about jobs and careers. We have about 17 million coming in cumulatively on all topics on jobs. And if you notice, we have like Quora users, you know, 48% of users use recruitment or job portals or websites to search for jobs or to apply for jobs. Automobile is again a very, very big topic with us, from cars and automobiles, motorcycles, tires, driving. These are some popular topics. Electric vehicles has become one of our big topics where people are engaging and wanting to know more. Sustainability under electric vehicles has been a very, very big topic with regards to conversations around it. We have about 12 million followers across all topics. And like you see on the screen, 72% are more likely to own a hybrid vehicle and about 60% are more likely to own an electric vehicle. Moving forward, AI is definitely very big. We all are researching about AI these days, the newer ones that are coming and going and improving. We are in the ChatGPT age also, and the Po age. So we have about 6 million followers over here across all topics: machine learning, data science, deep learning. And if you see, Quora users are very excited about AI. They are very, very into knowing more about technology. So they're very evolved. Now, why do marketers like you need a Quora marketing plan? So Quora typically, the Quora user behavior is very, very different from any other digital platform. So typically, you know, when a user comes on a social media platform, they're pretty much passively scrolling through content, right? I get up in the morning, I use Instagram, I'm like just scrolling, and sometimes mindlessly also. And when it comes to search, I have pretty much decided, yeah? So if I want an iPhone or do I want a OnePlus, I've pretty much decided. But where does Quora come into the picture? Quora is basically, a user on Quora comes with an high intent. He's actively searching. He's actively researching. He's wanting to know more. So typically when you advertise on Quora, you're influencing your audience at key decision moments. So Quora helps brands reach out to high-value audiences who are actually searching about them or wanting to know more about them. And 69% of Quora users research products online before purchasing them. The Quora user journey definitely involves discovery. So, you know, about 44% of Quora users discover brands and products on social media and online. Then, of course, from a consideration perspective, about 27% of Quora users clicked on a promoted post on social media in the last month. From a purchase perspective, 62% of Quora users shopped or browsed for products online last week. And from a loyalty perspective, 56%. This is very, very important, and this is our key USP. So when advertisers come on board on Quora, they are basically in a hyper-targeted environment and a very contextually relevant environment. From basic targeting like, you know, device type, gender, location, browser targeting, exclusion of locations, questions, audiences, placements, everything is possible. But from a hyper-targeted environments, our Quora Ads Manager allows advertisers to, target people basis, interest, intent, and behavior. Now, since we have a contextually relevant environment on Quora, Quora Ads Manager allows us to target users contextually through topics targeting. I just showed you certain verticals and popular topics on Quora, and topics are specifically the larger bucket where all your conversations, the Q&As come under. So we do topics targeting, then we do keywords targeting on Quora to make it more precise, and we also do questions targeting under contextual targeting. Another big opportunity that you have is to target users' basis, interest, intent, and behavior, like I mentioned. So we do behavioral targeting on Quora. Behavioral targeting is typically nothing, but it is based on a user's search history of 30 days, maximum 30 days. So under behavioral targeting, we do interest targeting. So for example, I came on the platform and I don't follow any topic. And I came on the platform and I typically started researching about smartphones. So I'll be thrown an ad about, Vivo or OnePlus or Apple, because within those 30 days, I researched about it. So it is basis my search history. Under behavioral, of course, we do interest targeting. We do keywords targeting, again under behavioral also. And we also do question targeting. We do audience targeting. This targeting is very, very important in, when an advertiser wants to do lead gen campaign, wants to do conversion campaign, or wants to do website traffic campaign. How do we do this? We integrate Quora Pixel. We do a Quora Pixel integration on the brand's website, and that is how we do it. We do lookalikes. We also do a contact list, and multiple things under audience targeting. So definitely this is a great way and an opportunity if you're looking at an objective of lead gen and website traffic on the platform. If you're looking at rebranding, branding, awareness, brand building, then definitely we encourage advertisers to do broad targeting on the platform. Quora offers broadly 4 ad units, and of course each of these ad units have their USPs, and basis brands KPIs we customize a plan, and we tell them what are the ad units that you should leverage. Typically we are a native platform, so text ads, image ads, in-stream video ads are native ad formats on the platform, and that's how they look like also. We also have content marketing on the platform, and that's called promoted answers. This is the best way to build brand, to engage with your audience at the right time, because they are asking questions, and as a brand or as a user, you are actually answering it and promoting it. So, like I mentioned, we customize and devise a plan for, the brand's basis, their KPIs. So, from a top of the funnel perspective, a combination of promoted answers and video ads. From the middle of the funnel perspective, we've got promoted answers, video, image, and text ads. From a bottom of the funnel perspective, we do a combination of video, image, and text ads. Now, promoted answers, I'll just take you through promoted answers a little bit more in detail. So promoted answers is very, very important for a brand if they want to create thought leadership, if you want to increase your sentiment, if you want to increase your brand's share of voice. Whatever content you put up on Quora in terms of answers, and when you start promoting it, you'll see a lot of engagement happening around it, a lot of upvotes, a lot of shares, a lot of comments. And once your answers are being engaged with, your Google SEO also improves. So the benefits of promoted answers is it establishes thought leadership. The CTRs are higher than text and image ads. Content on Quora is evergreen. So if you put up content, we don't archive it. You can always come back and edit it, so it's evergreen. There is no word limit on answers. You can basically hyperlink your UTMs on the answers. You can You can also integrate images and hyperlink your YouTube videos also on the answers to make it more engaging. So promoted answers can be done in multiple ways and basis multiple KPIs again. So from a thought leadership perspective, and this is an example of UPES education category. So Prasoon Dwivedi, if you see UPES has promoted this answer, he's a professor in UPES. So they're creating thought leadership by answering questions over here. You can also answer questions through surrogate user profiles. This is very, very essential because sometimes, you know, you'll see questions. Is UPES better or is Amity better? So if it is better if it comes, the questions are answered from a user profile and the brand promotes it. So anything to do with review, experience, surrogate profile definitely works. And of course, you should definitely answer questions and create a business profile on Quora to create credibility. So if you have a business profile on Quora, typically you are telling your audiences that you're seriously interested in answering their queries and you're there at the right platform at the right time. So brands should definitely answer that. This is typically how a business profile looks like. You see that suitcase icon under the logo, the Realme logo. This is a sign of a verified business profile. Content on Quora should definitely be engaging. So I'll share certain best practices very, very quickly. So of course, advertisers should look at quality over quantity. They should definitely include images and videos. You should definitely repurpose content from your blogs because there are a lot of content that you put from a brand perspective that should be there. And you should definitely use AI to have good answers. And you should answer more or less a lot of questions so that you're engaging with the right audience. And you should definitely write from your business profile. Like I said, you know, users love it that, you know, you are there on the platform and you're adding credibility by being there and answering their queries at their decision-making stage. From an integration perspective, our marketing partners allow customers to unlock full potential of Quora and basically achieve great results. So from a partnership perspective on reporting and data, we have partnerships with Improvado, LiveRamp, Google Tag Manager, mobile measurement. So we've got partnership with Koshawa, Apps Flyer, and Brand Safety, IAS, and Double Verify. Quora is a very, very brand safe platform. So it's a highly moderated platform and we strictly follow the be nice and be respectful policy. So typically we have policies and norms that we follow. We have human moderators under enforcement. We've got industry leading machine learning. From an advertiser control, we've got exclusion capabilities under questions, keywords, audiences. We only encourage high quality topics which are eligible for ads. And of course, we've got brand safety partners, like I said, like IAS and Double Verify. So before I end this, and I've taken you through all insights, there are multiple brands across multiple verticals, which I also showcase to you, who have leveraged Quora to reach out and engage with high-intent audiences. My colleague Neha, who's Senior CSM Quora, will take you through multiple categories and how they've driven success on the platform. Over to you, Quora.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Neha, and I'll be taking you through the success stories across brands and verticals. Just a show of hands, how many of you have ever used Quora for anything that you've worked on? Oh, we've got a great, healthy mix. Thank you, everybody. So we've been working with brands over the years, and we've been able to generate a lot of partnerships, long-term partnerships with them, and we worked across verticals, starting from automobile to airlines. Education, as Paroma mentioned, is very, very big with us. We've been working with brands from Lovely Professional University to MG Motors. We recently finished our plan with Lufthansa, and we've been working with World Gold Council for a very long time as well. So speaking of consumer durables is a very big category on Quora at this point of time. We've been working with brands across the globe as well as in the country. To name a few, we're working with Havells, Voltas. We've done their Voltas Beko campaign as well. And I'll be quickly talking about the Godrej success story. So Godrej primarily wanted to build awareness about their latest line of premium products. These were ranging from air conditioners to washing machine to dishwashers. There was a lot of content available where people are actually asking about, hey, we are a family of 4. Should we buy a dishwasher or is it okay to work with a regular, maids coming in? So there was a lot of content available, and Godrej actually created their business profile. They started answering content on real-time basis. And as a result, their business page, if you see, they've got about 21 million followers with a very heavy viewership going on. Moving on, our favorite, Air India. We've been working with them for quite some time. Apart from Air India, we've just finished Lufthansa and Qatar Airways. And for Air India, the success story has been really, really nice. So Air India has a particular sentiment running. And they last year started with their benefits program, the loyalty benefits program, and they wanted to talk about what are the benefits you get if you directly book your flights from airindia.com rather than doing a third-party booking. So as Indians, we have this habit, like we have to look for the best, cheapest flights coming in, what will be the best time to travel to an X destination. Air India was looking at all of that, and they wanted to do that vertical-wise segregation. So we helped them build cohorts for that. Can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry. So we helped them build cohorts around that, and we've worked around cohorts for contextual as well as behavioral. We helped them with, working with people who are interested in frequent flyers, airlines, travel, since these are very big topics with us. And as a result, we ran the native ads, and we got them about 1% CTR, which was a very big success for them. Moving on in jewelry, we worked with jewelry brands like Tanishq, Carrot Lane, Forevermark, World Gold Council, and Tanishq is a good story that we'll be talking about here. In the interest of time, I'm going to skim these ones through. So Tanishq runs throughout the year with us. During festive, around Akshaya Tritiya, Diwali, Dhanteras, they actually do a lot of their new line of jewelry that comes in. They promote a lot of that. And during the non-peak season, which are the non-seasons, they do a lot of content for how to buy gold. What is the difference between a 21 karat versus a 22 karat gold? How much investments should I make about it? So as a result, they were able to generate very high content engagement on their business profile, as well as get a lot of organic traffic to their website by running native ads with us. We've run a few of our consumer tech brands as well. HP, AMD, Apple, and we've again helped them get a lot of engagement on their business profiles. As Paroma previously mentioned, it's very, very important for brands to build their credibility, and we always encourage them to have a Quora business profile and engage with the users on Quora. I'll quickly skim through an SBI success story. We've been working with the private banks as well as the government sector as well. SBI has been associated with us for a very, very long time. It's been almost 2 years plus now that we've been working with them. So they started off with working on just building their brand on Quora, where they were talking about what SBI is all about, what kind of bank accounts you should open, how are they very beneficial in terms of a home loan. We all know SBI gives a great home loan interest. So yeah, that is what they started off with. And over a period of 1.5 to 2 years, they've changed their narrative. They're now getting into the latest buzz, which is the digital arrest. They're talking a lot on their page about it. They're using a 360-degree usage of the platform, where they're using promoted answers, videos, as well as image ads to talk about it. They're actually becoming brand custodians, and they're talking about how you can save yourself from all these digital arrests. And even if you get entrapped into it, how can you come out of it real quick? Right now, if you actually search on the Quora page, they have about 314 million views with about 44K followership at this point of time. We also do a lot of lead generation for a lot of brands, education being one of the biggest vertical in that category. One of the examples that I'm talking about here today is Arden University. Arden University is based out of New England. They wanted to basically cater to a lot of students and get a lot of lead generation on the platform. So we made a combination of promoted answers as well as image ads, wherein we were able to generate some 800 leads for them. They also engaged with the users where they were asking questions about courses, fees, scholarships that they could get. And this actually generated a lot of organic traffic on their website. A few more that we ran through were in the CPG category. This was one of our hero campaigns that we ran, which was for Sprite. In automobile sector, we've worked with brands like Castrol, Bridgestone, MG Motors. The launch of ZS EV, we're very proud to be partners during the launch of ZS EV. And for Castrol, we were actually able to get some great leads for booking car services for the brand. With that note, thank you so much for your time today. It's been a pleasure hosting the Quora session here. Also, we would like to tell you that if you want to know more about us, we are on Quora for Business, and you can definitely reach out to Paroma, Sumit, and me anytime, and have a great evening. Thank you, everybody.
So we are opening the floor for questions in case you guys have any questions about the platform, any specific category insights. I would also like to call our business head, North and East Sumit, on the stage, and we are happy to address any questions that you guys have.
Does anyone have a question?
All right, thank you everybody for your time. We're here, and feel free to reach out to us for any other queries. Have a great evening.